Good evening and welcome to tonight's City Council meeting for Monday, June 9th. Following the work session, Kelly, will you please take the roll?
Mayor McCachran.
Here.
Assistant Mayor Kelly.
Here.
Councilor Tabor.
Here.
Councilor Cook.
Here.
Councilor Denton.
Here.
Councilor Blaylock.
Present.
Councilor Bagley.
Here.
Councilor Moreau.
Here.
Councilor Lombardi.
Here.
Before we stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, just wanted to take a moment to remember Mark Gardner. He served Portsmouth in a unique way as the Deputy General Counsel to the PDA for 23 years. Did a lot of good for us on there. And our hearts go out to his family, his wife Patricia, his daughters Kelsey and Hannah, and their extended families. It's tough to lose everyone, but Mark was a special one, and hopefully he's at that law firm in the sky, looking down with love in his heart. Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, well, we have, it's a nice break to talk about, we had the budget, we're going to go back into the budget, but right now we get to talk about some pretty awesome things. And the first among them is the 50th anniversary of the old Fair Landing. Now we're starting a new tradition here, I guess. Maybe it's a tradition that sticks, but we'll sign the proclamation at the end. But first, let me read it, and then I'd love to welcome anybody who would like to accept and maybe speak on behalf. But whereas 50 years ago this week, Richard and Barbara Blaylock opened a business on Ceres Street, which, like a small acorn, grew into a presence that shaded the working docks of Portsmouth and provided a welcome for the Renaissance that would follow. And whereas the opening of the old Ferry Landing doors on June 10th, 1975, drew the community to an arts and cultural location that would help make Portsmouth famous, as the Blue Strawberry, the Dolphin Striker, and Theater by the Sea joined with the Blaylocks to start defining the authentic destination we are today. And whereas, true to the old Ferry Landing mottos, it's all about the love, and certainly exemplifying our reputation as the city of the open door, 3 generations of the Blaylock family have continued the tradition of the founders for 50 years, serving fresh, local seafood and Jimmy Juice. I don't know what those are. Which some say is the nectar of the gods. Welcoming locals and visitors as family, celebrating diversity, giving back to the community, and living the philosophy that if their employees were happy, their customers would be happy too. And whereas the Blaylock family from the beginning had established the roots of that little acorn in Portsmouth, as each member made lasting contributions to their hometown, with Dick Blaylock as editor of the Portsmouth Herald and city councilor, Jack Blaylock as mayor and his brother Jim as co-owner, Rich Blaylock as counselor and coach, and his sister Jackie Blaylock Jensen as both restaurant manager and high school math teacher, giving back to the community every day. And whereas in the tradition, the old Ferry Landing is the cornerstone of the annual Hit the Decks festivities, symbolically turning our eyes to the sea with the gondola ferrying passengers to the decks as they used to ferry cargo, and white-clad sailors from the shipyard gathering there as they have for centuries. And whereas lifted on the shoulders of a historic structure built in 1880 by local entrepreneur and icon Frank Jones, the Blaylocks continue to honor the waterfront history of Portsmouth. The old Ferry Landing is a constant reminder of what this seaport has meant to New Hampshire and the nation. Now, therefore, I, Dago McCachran, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and citizens of Portsmouth, do hereby proclaim June 10th, 2025 in Portsmouth, New Hampshire's Old Ferry Landing Day, and urge all the citizens to join in celebrating the long life and success of a family business that has operated for 50 years and counting. So I figure I'd present this to you, former mayor, and this, I'll come down here, and this, I got to speak into the microphone, but we have doorstops as the City of the Open Door. you've kept the door open for lots of folks, and want to make sure this is, I don't know if this is going to handle the weather, but, you know, make it down there.
We'll varnish it really well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Get Rich in here. So.
My son, Rich. Okay. We have to have the whole family, because Old Fairlane is all about the family. We've all done it. We still do it.
Don't speak on all your speech here.
Yay! Thank you, Mayor McCachran, and on behalf of my whole family, as you see them all here, because the Old Ferry Landing truly was a family event back in 1975. My mother literally took down the for sale sign off this old building so that my father would have something to do and get out of the house. He had been retired from the Portsmouth Herald for far too long. And I graduated from college. We opened up a restaurant, and because Ceres Street was a different place in 1975, and it is today it is a jewel. So on behalf of my family, my son Richard, who's thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and the Ferry Landing appreciates it, and hopefully we'll be around for another 50 years.
You're here. We also, and so that's tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Do anything special tomorrow?
It's Jimmy Juice Day.
They're free? All right. I guess I'll have to try one.
We actually brought Jimmy. He's the inventor of the Jimmy Juice.
Yeah, that's right. Often imitated, never duplicated.
It's all about the love.
That's right. We also get to celebrate Krempel's Brain Injury Center Day, June 11th. I know that we have some folks here as well for that. So whereas Krempel's Brain Injury Center has for 25 years provided compassionate, life-affirming support to those living with acquired brain injury in the city of Portsmouth, the greater Seacoast area, and beyond. Whereas since its founding in 2000, Krempel's Brain Injury Center has provided a place of healing, community, and empowerment through innovative programs that promote independence, dignity, and connection for survivors of brain injury and their families. And whereas the center honors its founder, David Krempels, whose own journey as a survivor of traumatic brain injury and passion for healing others led to the creation of a space of hope, community, and transformation with countless individuals and their families. And whereas the City of Portsmouth and the Seacoast recognize and respect the Center for its unwavering commitment to educating the public, building partnerships that advance awareness of brain injury and recovery, and improving participants' quality of life, thanks to the remarkable efforts of the Center's staff, volunteers, and supporters. Now, therefore, I, Dago McCachran, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and citizens of Portsmouth, do hereby recognize and commend Krempel's Brain Injury Center on the occasion of their 25th anniversary and declare June 11th, 2025 as Krempel's Brain Injury Center Day, and urge all citizens to celebrate the center's extraordinary service to the community and lasting difference it had made in countless lives, given with my hand and the seal of the City of Portsmouth on this 9th day of June 2025. So we have David and Carrie Ann and Terry here. And we also have for. Oh, wow. David? Yeah, we told you we wouldn't close the doors on you.
Thank you. Here? Here.
I'll just go over here. This is,
Ready? One.
Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much for this great honor. We are privileged, honored, and humbled. Thank you. Come visit us sometime at the community campus.
Thank you, David. I do recall a conversation at the community campus when we were discussing whether or not to purchase that building as a city. David had some, I don't know if they were choice words, but he said, "Don't mess this up." Paraphrasing it in a bit. And I think it's, there's a lot of good that came from the purchase of the community campus, some that will be recognized over many years. Being able to continue that center and the way that it is there is one of the proudest things when I look back on my first 2 years of the council of making that decision to allow to acquire that and to continue that is something that it's a big deal, and thank you for all the work that you guys do. It is sorely needed, and appreciate everything about it. So thank you guys. All right, this next proclamation is the Portsmouth Weekend of Love from June 21st and June 22nd. Now, the old Fairlander would say that we are not going to limit it just to one weekend of love, but it's all about the love. But this is for a specific and very special event. So whereas for over a decade, the grassroots Portsmouth Pride and Fill the Hall events have brought the community together in a shared spirit of love, support, and inclusion. And whereas these two events, hosted respectively by the New Hampshire Outright Gather and the Music Hall, express core Portsmouth values, affirming LGBTQ+ identity and combating childhood hunger through compassion and action. And whereas on June 21st, 2025, Portsmouth Pride will celebrate the LGBTQ+ community and its allies with a parade and festival at Starbury Bank Museum, including music, food, and community engagement. And whereas on that same day, Fill the Hall will invite the public to join in supporting Gather's Meal for Kids program, which feeds over 600 children weekly throughout the summer, demonstrating the city's commitment to feeding both body and spirit. And whereas this United Weekend, now known as Portsmouth Weekend of Love, exemplifies our shared and enduring identity as the city of the open door, where all are welcomed and supported. Now, therefore, I, Dago McCachran, Mayor of the City of Portsmouth, on behalf of the members of the City Council and the citizens of Portsmouth, do hereby proclaim June 21st and 22nd in Portsmouth, New Hampshire as Portsmouth Weekend of Love, and call upon our community to join in the celebration and rededicate to the values that shape and our respect and care for one another. Given with my hand and the seal of the City of Portsmouth on this 9th day of June 2025.
Love, I want to hug you. I just don't get challenged. My fellow co-founder, Phil Long, has to be in the picture. So how are we going to do this? Take a selfie? Turn it around?
Want me to do it? Trevor, you got to get in the picture too.
Good thing I have long arms.
Have the former mayor take it.
You're a social media guy.
There we go. Sorry about that. All right, 1, 2, 3. Meet my face. There you go. Great.
Fill the Hall is 11 years old, and we started working with the Music Hall right away and eventually started partnering with Pride because it was on the same day. We have been fostering the relationship between these organizations for a long time, powered entirely by a dynamic and compassionate community that has always supported us. And I want to thank the mayor and the city council for putting a ring on it. Thank you.
All right. There's no minutes. We're going to move on to the recognition and volunteer committee reports. I will say, if you are, you came here Don't feel as though you have to stay for the rest of it. I hear Jimmy's mixing up some Jimmy Juices early, tonight, but we'll take a second as if you wanted to put any kids to bed. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night.
Bye, Jackson.
Listen to why all those other strangers are waiting. Like, what's wrong with them?
So we have a recognition and volunteer committee reports for the Public Art Review Committee, gift of original artwork by Judy Schubert.
Your Honor, I move to accept the original artwork by Judy Schubert.
Second?
Would
And
you like to suspend the rules to invite anybody to speak?
yes, that's what I wanted to do. Do you mind if I suspend the rules, Your Honor, and bring up the committee chair, Chris Dwyer, to speak?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
You do have the memo, but let me just say a few things for people who are listening. This is a donation of work by Judy Schubert that depicts Liz Forkel. And people may know Liz, who has raised a great deal of money for nonprofits in the city and received a mayor's award, I think, last year for her efforts. And she's done this with a group called Spinning Generosity, which many people listening may have contributed to as well, at the Spinnaker Center. And so Judy, in honor of Liz, has donated this to the wants to donate this to the Recreation Department. And Park reviewed it, and we think it's a great gift and would thank Judy. We also have a few considerations to think about. We understand, and people should understand when they donate something, well, Spinnaker seems like the perfect place for it. It's really being donated to the city, so the council and manager will decide where it goes. And we made some recommendations around protection of the work because it is an oil on canvas, and those are in the memo, and we hope that those would be given to the Recreation Department. The other thing we would say is, one of the things that we really appreciate about the public art in Portsmouth is that it all has meaningful. It has historical meaning, or it has personal meaning. It isn't just an abstract piece selected for its design. And so we think it's really important in this case that there be a plaque that goes with it that really acknowledges why Liz and why this piece and what she's done for the city. The other thing I would say is Park is really pleased that the Recreation Department is so enthusiastic about connecting recreation and sports to art. We'll be bringing, in the near future, we'll be bringing some other items to you that are also coming through and with the Recreation Department. So I'll take any questions you might have about it.
Councilor Bagley?
Thanks for that. And I know there's a photo of the painting in the packet.
Yeah.
When will that be available for viewing? Or is that the only place you can see the painting at the moment?
I
Or
think that's the only,
representation?
well, you can go on to the artist's website and you can see the painting on Judy Schubert's website. And I think it will be, I know they're anxious or eager to have it done fairly soon. So probably just as soon as the city can find the appropriate place for it.
Excellent. And follow up, I assume we'll get an update from the art committee once that happens.
Sure. The other thing I would say is the piece that is over there that's been in City Hall is also something the Recreation Department has been interested in having, and that will be going to the community campus, which I think it will be an excellent location where more people will be able to see it.
Certainly. Thank you, Chris.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right. Is there, oh yeah, so we have the motion. Councilor Cook.
I just wanted to thank Judy Schubert one more time for donating this piece of art to the city. And so I'm thrilled that we have this opportunity to recognize not only Liz Forkel, but also Judy Schubert.
Certainly. I think been roped into doing some of those charity rides. Super hard, super hard. Liz does a great job, and is not only is it a great citizen to portray, but a great artist to lend her time and craft to the city, and hopefully more people follow suit, understanding this process to be able to donate to the city and having it know that it's going to go somewhere. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Next up, public. We're on to public comment. First we have Roy Helsel on waste of tax dollars. And just Roy doesn't need an unlimited amount of time. He's usually, pretty on the money and quick. But we also have the public hearing that's been extended in terms of can speak without, if you have not signed up and you want to speak on the budget, you have the public hearing with an unlimited amount of time. But Roy, mic is yours.
Roy Helsel, 777 Middle Road, Portsmouth. I have a question. Has the city gone to the district or the state and spoke against school vouchers? Because that is a personal family choice, and I feel it's a waste of tax money as a city and state taxpayer. And an opinion here. This report of the city council should be printed on both sides. Then it would be 3 pages instead of 6 pages. And any small savings in any way leads to efficiency in every way throughout all sections of city departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Roy. Next up is Eric Anderson on the budget.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Eric Anderson, 38 Georges Terrace in Portsmouth. The agenda is kind of busy tonight, but I'll defer my public comments on the budget to the public hearing. But I do have public comments on the first reading of the ordinance with regards to the limited public parking. I know it's going to go forward with your discussions. It could take a whole different dimension after the, council concludes this evening. It could have other aspects to it, but I guess I understand it to be, a very nice gesture by the council to the citizens of Portsmouth, but I'm not sure that it's going to accomplish what the good intentions might be. I don't know what you can accomplish in a half an hour of free parking in Portsmouth. And I'm not sure what the position of the Parking, Traffic, and Safety Committee was after they discussed it at their recent meeting. So I'd like to hear something, some type of report back on that. I'm just not sure, and I think with some of the, I think with some of the things that have been exposed about, expanding it or contracting it or doing whatever, I'm just not sure it's going to. I think it's a great gesture. I'm just not sure it's going to accomplish what it's been stated to be intended to produce, and that's some type of getting the city to support the restaurant community of the downtown. I just don't know that you can do that in a half an hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Next up, Esther Kennedy on Portsmouth.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. Tonight I come before you with a kind of a couple of concerns and thoughts. First, as many of you might have heard today, that we have seen, at least in our campgrounds, 70% less people coming from Canada. I, in my own business, know that a great percentage of the people that would go kayaking were from our sister country to the north. I worry about our small businesses, and I have before you have spoken on this. I worry that we are catering to one sector of our small businesses as a city council and not all small businesses. I've encouraged you all to try to set up a small business organization. You honored one tonight. I think that we need to really look at this. I'm not sure 15-minute to 30-minute parking in the middle of summer is going to help the small businesses. I don't even think it's really going to be according to the parking committee. It was very clearly stated that each resident gets $500 from parking revenues for their taxes. The other thing that was clearly stated was Mr. Bagley said this decision was already done. You guys had already made this decision. And it was just depending on whether it was going to be 15 minutes or 30 minutes. I would hope that you might look at some other options. And maybe in 2014, I had brought forward a suggestion to the council when we were kind of in the same boat, that maybe during January 1st to March 15th, we really look at Sundays for free parking. That's when businesses have a hard time. You already have half a day of free parking because of our religious churches down in the town, and just continue that for the rest of the day during the winter months, when this is when your small businesses need your help. I really feel that we need to start looking at small businesses, and I'm not sure the chamber is doing a great job with them, but I would encourage you to maybe set up a small business organization to really ask them what they need. And we need to cater to all businesses, not just the restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next up, David Adams on zoning changes.
Good evening. I'm David Adams from 210 Gate Street. I filled out that form in error. My comments are more specifically related to
The public hearing
Article
on that.
10 in Section D, and so I'll come back then if you don't mind.
Perfect. Luann, we have Portsmouth residents speak first, so we'll come back to you at the end. Oh, you did, but there was Luann Griswold. Are you still here? Luann is not still here. Okay, that solves that. Cameron Hordek on the budget.
So first and foremost, I'd like to commend the city manager and her staff and you all for your hard work on the budget this year. I know this has not been an easy exercise, so it's been a lot of hard work, I'm sure. I do still have some concerns about the two main open issues that remain on the budget, and as you all know, it's mainly the police department and the school department. So we'll start with the police department. As you all should know, an independent third-party consultancy came in and produced a study recently which indicated that we have exceptional service. And in fact, they indicated that in not one period of time, not one time block, in any day of the week over the entire year that they studied, was there not sufficient time spent on proactive policing, which is the metric we should all be worried about when we think about whether or not our police department is efficiently and effectively staffed. So with that in mind, it was quite troubling to hear some of the comments in prior sessions about the elimination of 4 currently unfilled roles, leading to increases in really heinous violent crimes. That was quite troubling to hear those remarks. That being said, conversely, on the school department, I think an old adage might be appropriate here of an ounce of treatment is worth a pound of cure, or excuse me, prevention is worth a pound of cure. In investing in our schools, we invest in the future of our community. And it's been shown in many different studies across various cities in our country that education not only prevents crime, it promotes economic development, it prevents substance abuse, and it serves as a great investment in the safety of our communities. So I think we should be considering maybe evaluating those roles. Maybe there's a phased approach. I am not by any means studied in what appropriate education policy looks like, but it does seem as though mental health of our youth might be a solid investment to be making. So thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Cameron. Next up is Peter Huda on XV-C parking process or parking process.
15C.
Oh, 15. 15.
15.
15.
I guess you don't do a room normal.
No, come on. This is-
Beecher Hood at 2A South Street. So I will be brief. I have a question on this since there was so much discussion in all the committees, parking, traffic, and safety, and in governance about amending ordinances. I am talking to you about Councilor Denton and Councilor Lombardi's Gold Family Star parking program. What it says is they just want to amend the ordinance. So my question is, has this gone through the same process as everything else? I have not seen it at Parking, Traffic, and Safety, and this does affect the revenue to the city, and I would expect that there would be a public hearing on this. So my question to you is this following process, or should this just be postponed until it does? Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Let's see, nothing on the second page, anything on Zoom? Nobody on Zoom. And Luann Griswold, not returned. Okay.
Vote, Mayor.
Can I speak off the list?
Is it on the budget or is it on?
Public comment.
Okay, sure.
Thanks. Tyler Garza, 62 McKinley. I wanted to weigh in on the parking item as well. PTS soundly rejected both the proposals, and the EDC membership wasn't thrilled. These plans that have been proposed cannibalize the primary people, which are residents who might walk, bike, or take the climate action plan proposed circulator shuttle. Parking benefits already exist for residents. Handicap and military are free. Please don't do this PR stunt. It just will raise taxes. Instead, continue pursuing the residential parking program, which allows more dense residential development. And those are the people that are living in the densely developed downtown that get to pop into the businesses in downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have, okay, so we're on the public hearing and vote on ordinances and resolutions.
Your Honor.
Yep.
I would vote, I'd make a motion to suspend the rules to bring up the EDC comments and the PTS comments on the proposed parking ordinances.
Go with EDC first. All right.
Do we need to
Yep.
vote on that?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Who wants to deliver the EDC? Vince?
I will.
Great.
So in our packet, we see some notes from the EDC. The EDC was concerned about the businesses impacted if 15-minute metered spots were converted to 30-minute residential only spots. A survey was done. Unfortunately, it was a pretty low response rate, but a response rate was given. You'll find that information in the packet. When asked about the proposed change to 30-minute resident-only parking, responses were mixed. 36% of the businesses that responded said the change would be very or somewhat helpful. 36 expected no impact. 28 believe that it could somewhat or be very harmful to their business. There was a broad support effort to encourage residents to come downtown. A couple of the suggestions that they had were free 15-minute parking similar to Dover, 30-minute free parking citywide, 1 to 2 hours off in the garage, and off-season parking discounts. The most popular suggestion was the first 15 minutes free for residents anywhere in the city using the Park mobile app. The EDC believes that the proposed ordinance amended before the City Council is potentially premature. and that the concept of low or no cost resident parking in the central business district as an incentive for residents to more often visit downtown and patronize its businesses is worth further study, specifically with the assistance of the consultant used in the city formulating the strategic parking plan in 2025, with the expectation that a report recommendation would be forthcoming in 3 to 4 months. The EDC says that if the city council elects to proceed, they, without the benefit of a resident parking study, with consideration of the proposal amendment or variation thereof, the EDC opposes any amendment whereby the 15-minute metered spaces in the downtown are converted to 30-minute resident-only parking. And the EDC, sorry, I just lost where. So the EDC defers the consideration of the second and third recommendation of the working group report, believe that they should be evaluated in conjunction. And those two recommendations are, sorry, I just lost where they were. The strongly suggested 15-minute space everywhere, and to look at down season or off-season discounts.
Right.
Thank you, Assistant Mayor. Anything to add, Councilor Lombardi?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that were pretty popular with the EDC was the possibility of free parking in downtown, all downtown spaces during the holiday season and slow off season. The downtown businesses thought that might be an advantage. Also, using the Park Mobile app seems like a great idea, but for 15-minute parking, that would actually cost the city money. The fee for the app would actually cost the city money for that short period of time.
Your Honor, another part that was brought up with the EDC and the working group that looked at it was the potential of maybe shifting where some of the spots were to see if they fit current needs. I think that request needs more investigation. I did speak to a couple business owners, myself being a downtown business owner, who has the luxury of having a loading zone in front of her business. But I did talk to a couple business owners who were kind of split. I do think one of the things that I emphasize that this move for me really was led by the conversations that residents are having, not conversations that businesses downtown are having. I think a good example is the state of the city that we just had a few weeks ago, where some of the feedback was that residents feel like they can't pop in and out of downtown. So that really kind of led to the initial conversation of maybe what could we do to allow people to pop in and out of downtown. Within the EDC, the conversation also arose that the makeup of our downtown has changed. We no longer have a pharmacy downtown. We really don't have a grocery downtown. There's no hardware store. So the nature of popping in and out has also changed. So that was kind of some of the conversation that was happening around that.
Also, in most of the 15-minute spaces are now done by parking meters rather than Park Mobile, for the specific reason that 15 minutes actually costs the city money. But there is a significant consideration by the people the EDC interviewed that perhaps those 15-minute parking spaces should be put in different areas across the city.
Thank you both, Assistant Mayor and Councilor Lombardi. Councilor Bagley, you want to fill us in on the conversation at PTS?
Yeah, thank you. And so if I gave anybody the impression at PTS that this was a done deal, I must have misspoke, because I don't think it's anything close to a done deal. There's not even consensus on which direction we should go. Generally speaking, PTS, there was a little, I would say, kind of shock about the proposal, just based on the work that PTS had done previously on the parking principles and the parking utilization advisory group, which met for about a year, and the recommendations that came from that, and the kind of the understanding at PTS that our Portsmouth's parking program as a whole is kind of looked like as a model nationwide as a very well-run parking program. So to be making changes to it without detailed study, I think the consensus was a bit risky. We did have two motions. The first motion was to recommend the council pick one of the two options. We had the 15 minutes or the half-hour options that are outlined in the packet. That motion failed 2-7, I believe, which is a bit unusual for us. We usually have unanimous votes. Second motion was made, and I should have written it down, but it was basically to the effect of that the PTS doesn't recommend either option move forward at this time, but that we give it more study. Understanding the goal of the council is to do something, PTS would like a chance to, now understanding that goal of the council, which is to get people downtown and give something back to the residents, to come up with a better plan, so to speak. And that motion passed 8-1. So I'd say that the vast majority of PTS thinks that this needs a little more study. The morning, so PTS was Thursday morning, Friday morning was the EDC meeting. I watched that. I did particularly like one suggestion. A couple years ago, we moved holiday parking to the garage, which I think has worked out really well for holiday parking. But what happens after holiday parking is we have our lowest turnout season for the city in the months of January and February for two reasons. There's less tourists, and two, it's just the economic and weather situation that those 2 months tend to be slow. And I think what was recommended at EDC was instead of 15 minutes with Park Mobile, something like an hour for residents be explored. And I don't know if the council would want to entertain such a thing, but maybe I certainly wouldn't want to run a pilot because I think it's very hard to unwind free parking once we issue it. But I think if we were to do something that would accomplish what I think some of the goals of this are, maybe figuring out a way to do Park Mobile free for a period of time in January and February, maybe March, and starting there kind of small. At the time when our downtown is the least inventory challenged, and the time of year when it's least desirable to some of the public comment speakers, part of our climate action goals is to get people out of cars and driving when they don't need to. It's a lot harder to walk downtown in the middle of February than it is in the middle of July on your average day. So I would look towards us doing some sort of program in the colder months, if possible, with the, if it worked out well, we could roll it out to be year round.
Thank you, Councilor Bagley. We don't have yet a motion on the floor. Ask the city manager before, if we were to amend this first reading to be the 15-minute to the Park Mobile, not limited to the parking app, how would that motion come about?
I think just as he worded it, right? And we have time to notice it for our next meeting?
Sure.
So would it be first reading again, or would it be second reading if we did that?
You could do a second reading if there was notice of the amendment.
Okay.
If you amend it now, you could do it for second reading. That's
So-
what you wanted to do.
I'm going to pass the gavel and make the, so I'd move to amend the current proposal to be reflective of 15 minutes in the downtown through the Park Mobile app, regardless of spot, or just 15 minutes free through the Park Mobile app. And if I get a second, I'll speak to the reasons why I think this is a simpler way forward.
Second for discussion?
And point of clarification, is this for residents or for?
Residents, just residents through the parking company.
Yeah,
So,
Could we slow down just a little bit so we make sure we get your motion correct? You want to amend it so that,
striking this,
yeah,
adding 15-minute resident parking through the Park Mobile application for free at the beginning of any session per day.
For residents.
For residents, I think I said at the beginning, but we should probably have resident. And I'll speak to the specific reasons why, and I think there's roughly three. And I'll start with, I think from a,
Was there a second?
Yeah, there was.
Thank you.
I heard Bagley and Assistant Mayor.
so first, in terms of climate action, I think that governments work well when we provide options to do the right thing instead of try to restrict and force bad things from not happening. I think investing in, bike lanes and, walkable streets and density so that somebody doesn't have to take a car, but I think it is somewhat focused on people being able to choose to walk with or without kids is going to be dependent on their skill and ability and the infrastructure that we have. To say that we are going to do that through parking regulation instead, I'd like to potentially revisit that. Like, we should be making sure that we don't just have window dressing and say, hey, we're incentivizing people to ride bikes and then not have the infrastructure to support that. So that's one. Two is more just tactical. The reason why I think this is unique and the ability to do it, and Councilor Bagley had this at the last meeting. I know the assistant mayor and I have talked about this. I've talked about this till I'm blue in the face in terms of 15 minutes from a app standpoint, is that the app doesn't do it right now. And I think that every time we use the app to jump into a store, and I know it's a small amount of money, but I feel ripped off. I feel ripped off every time I'm just trying to go in for, to grab something out of a store and I got to pay an hour. And every time I've been told, well, the apps they can't do that because credit card processing fees and the service fee. So the service fee is something that we don't charge residents regardless. Credit card processing fee is something we do. We could not charge it for the 15 minutes, and if they stay longer, we would be able to charge that on their extended stay. Yes, I think it would get more people psychologically to come downtown, which is a positive thing, not just for restaurants. You're not going to eat out at a restaurant in 15 minutes, but you might, grab something that you were trying to pick up at a store that you had ordered ahead of time. You saw it, you grabbed it. It could be a drawer that you're just jumping in and grabbing. You could park at a 15-minute space without a quarter. That's pretty amazing. But then you would be able to extend that time because you'd be in the app. And so you would be notified when that time runs out. I understand that there are concerns around how enforcement is going to be able to deal with, residents. And I would be the first to say we're going to rip the program if we have, documented people being absolute jerks to people enforcing parking. It's a really tough job. People are usually always upset about getting a $35 ticket and never justified in that. And so I understand that that's going to be something. I don't see how that's more or less, and I trust in the citizens of Portsmouth to understand that if all of a sudden we got, parking enforcement officers that are out of here because they're being abused, we're not going to have the system anymore. Finally, the reason I think that this is important is that, it's kind of weird, and this is going to sound like, much more pie in the sky and not based on any facts, but, the post office closing, and before that, the Connie Bean, going away. I remember going to, middle school dances there. I remember, going and doing pumpkin carving competitions down there. There was just a lot of more draws into the downtown for residents. And I think that, the Connie Bean is great where it is now. And, we didn't get the post office back downtown, but I think that there is a sense that, it's a great parking, system, and I'm not going to dispute any of that. But what I worry is that it will not continue to be great if we don't view our downtown as ours, as something that we welcome and share with tourism. I do think that, no small business is going to stay afloat simply, engaging in tourism. They have to have us here, and there's not enough people, walking in there. So I feel like this would be a small way, and I think to the point, 15 minutes. I'm dead set on keeping it at 15 minutes for the reasons that, one, it solves the problem that we have now. Two, we're not going to have free parking because it's going to crowd out other people that are willing to pay and businesses. But it says like, hey, you got the app, you're going downtown, you don't have a quarter even, you're gonna set this and you're gonna pick that up. I think that slight psychological shift, I'd be interested to see how that's effective. And I don't know how we're going to study this. I really don't. I think the study is doing it. I don't know how we could possibly study this long enough to know if this is going to be worthwhile or not. And so wouldn't support, kind of killing this in a study. But I think that if we do this, I'd be surprised, if we're not able to come out whole on that. But, I think that if we don't do this, that we do run the risk of the parking program not being able to decouple tourism and the resident more effectively. So that's what I wanted to say on this.
Any more? Okay. Councillor Moreau, Councillor Lombardi, then Bagley, then Cook.
I just want to make sure I understand what the change is because I'm a little confused. So you want to leave the 15-minute spots that we have now as they are, and just every parking spot in Portsmouth would be available to a resident for 15 minutes free through the app. Is that so? Striking most everything is here to do that. Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood.
Councillor
Go
Lombardi.
ahead. I wanted to do something different.
Okay. Councillor Bagley.
So I voted against, I voted for more study at PTS, and when this idea first came forward, I was against it. Statistically, and as an engineer, I don't think it's a good idea, but the mayor has won me over with his argument. I think if we tie it to the app, it's critical for me, and it doesn't have to be it's Park Mobile now, but 5 years, maybe it's Park Passport or some other app, or the City of Portsmouth parking app. But the reason I think it has to be tied to the app is for two reasons. One, I want to get residents downtown. And two, I don't want them leaving downtown at minute 15 because their time runs out. If they start a session on the app, the first 15 minutes are free. We got them downtown. If they bump into a friend and they want to stay longer, they can just easily extend on the app without having gone back to their car. Once you do it a few times, my mom, who's 82, has figured it out. I think that's a key component of this. So I would support as proposed, and I think part of the motion, which might have been a little bit unclear, is you get 15 minutes free per day. So you can't move your car or come back in the afternoon and get a second 15 minutes, because we don't want people going out every couple hours moving their cars to try and generate, 15 minutes here, 15 minutes there. I think if once per calendar day you get that free 15 minutes to get downtown. If you want to come downtown multiple times, that's awesome, but we probably don't need to incentivize you to because you're coming downtown multiple times. So I would support it as proposed, even though I think technically it's probably not the smartest thing.
Recommendation.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you. I'm going to piggyback on what Councillor Bagley just said, that I don't think this is the smartest thing to do. And the reason I'm saying that is that we just got a report back from the EDC and from PTS, both saying, don't do this. This isn't a good idea. And these are volunteers who spend a lot of time thinking about not only how our downtown works effectively, but how it works effectively for businesses and residents alike, and how parking works effectively in the city. In fact, we do have a parking study that we just completed that makes all kinds of recommendations about what we should be looking at around parking, and this was not one of them. And so I think that that's critical to remember. If we're going to just do things like this without taking into account the over a year and a half, I believe, of work that was put in to a parking study, why are we spending money on parking studies? Why are we wasting time at PTS making parking regulation for the city? Especially when it's going to cost the city money. So we think about it this way: 15 minutes somebody parks in a spot, and that actually costs us money on the app because we enter the data into the app. If they only stay for 15 minutes and they don't extend up to at least an hour, it costs the city the money to operate the app. And then, at least that's my understanding of it, someone correct me if I'm wrong. And so we're paying then for residents to park for those 15 minutes. And essentially that money, where it comes from, it comes out of residents' pockets. Because what we do with the parking revenue is we return it to residents in the form of reducing their property taxes. And for residents who are renters, it reduces their rent because it reduces the property taxes of the owner of that building. So we're just really transferring the money around in the way that we're using it. And if we have opposition from the EDC and PTS, I don't see how this really benefits us. Frankly, when I talk to residents about why they don't go downtown, it's not about paying for parking. It's that they always say, well, I can't ever find parking. It's so hard to find parking downtown. And usually when I hear that, it's from residents who don't go downtown very frequently. If you go downtown frequently, and I usually downtown at least once a day, there's always available parking downtown. The only time that I had difficulty finding parking downtown in the past 3.5 years was when we had free on-street parking during the holiday season, because then the parking is full and you can't find parking downtown. The majority of the whole design of a parking program is to make sure we have turnover in parking so that you can find parking downtown, so that residents have a place to park when they want to drop in somewhere, so that businesses have turnover and people coming into their shops to shop. So I want to trust the experts on this. And as much as I know that residents would love to have free parking downtown, it doesn't cost that much to park at one of these 15-minute meters if you need to drop in. And generally, you can find one that is available. Throw in your quarter. The trade-off is that you get a reduction in your property taxes at the end of the year.
Councilor Dunn.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I'm going to motion to amend by adding a paragraph which reads, any vehicle bearing the following special New Hampshire license plates and in use by the person qualifying for said special plates shall be entitled to free parking in metered spaces for no more than 3 hours each day. Veteran, military, and Kelly, I'm adding this, National Guard, Reserve, or Gold Star family decal. Any vehicle with license plates from another state, district, or United States territory bearing substantially equivalent governmental license plates shall, provided the vehicle is in use by the person qualifying for said special license plates, likewise be entitled to no more than 3 hours each day of free parking in metered spaces. This exemption does not apply to parking spaces designated for electric vehicle charging. If there's a second, I'll speak to it.
Second.
So this is our first meeting since Memorial Day, and since we're considering free parking, this seems like the perfect time to actually go ahead and codify what's currently done in the city of Portsmouth and in municipalities throughout the state, which is up to 3 hours of free parking for people with veterans license plates, and then go ahead and expand this further to include anyone with a military, National Guard, Reserve, and most importantly, Gold Star family decal. I've been asked for years why this is not the case in Portsmouth, and that's because this was never in the ordinance itself. I have included in the packet both New Hampshire's RSA, which defines what a Gold Star family decal is. For anyone who's not familiar with Gold Star families, it's if you've lost a family member in the service of the country. And I want to be clear for parking staff and everybody that this is what a Gold Star family decal is. I've also included in the packet, both Councilor Lombardi and I included in the packet Dover's ordinance, which shows this has been done in the state in a ordinance. And we are better than Dover, last I checked. And finally, this, unlike the primary motion on the floor right now, this will have a minimal impact on parking revenues, seeing as this is already done in Portsmouth. And this only expands it to a very small number of people. And to give you an idea of how few people will be expanded to, just think of the number of times that you've seen a New Hampshire Gold Star family decal or a National Guard license plate or a active duty military or reserve license plate. And finally, this applies to other state similar license plates, I can't say the word, reciprocal. Thank you. But because New Hampshire doesn't necessarily have all of these license plates, but I just want to make sure that this is codified if we're discussing free parking anyway, and that it's expanded to Gold Star families to make sure that they get the same benefit. Thank you.
So, point of order, just we're now amending an amendment.
Yeah, correct.
So I would advise that you vote on the initial amendment first and then take up Councilor Jenton's amendment.
Okay, so for that, Councilor Bagley?
Well,
Pass this back.
provided this amendment passes, I would recommend that we divide the question, because having an ordinance that is written that for category A, you get 15 minutes free once per day if you use the app. For category B, you get 3 hours free based on a decal, is going to make it, that's just not good governance. You have a hodgepodge of things together. They should be two clear ordinances, because they're not doing the same thing in the same increment or with the same system.
So the question would be, are you requesting, would you take that motion and create it into a request for first reading?
I'm requesting it be included with this. So if this goes to second reading, it should go to second reading with this.
Okay, I just think that's bad governance.
Let's just call both.
So it is a different provision of, we're talking about Chapter 7, Article 3, but a different section.
The motion which I made is to amend the amendment, so it's amending what's in front of us now. And what's currently in the ordinance, which we're amending, is the deleted section. So there's nothing there. And this could be titled whatever we want to be titled. It could be titled free parking, which makes sense because we are discussing free parking, and there could be two separate sections in it. A could be for all Portsmouth residents. B could be specifically for anyone with a veteran, Gold Star family, National Guard, Reserve, or active duty license plate. So it's pretty straightforward, especially how it's set up currently with the amendment we're discussing to a section of the ordinance which is deleted.
Chapter 7.
Yeah, so
Go through.
it's amending the same ordinance, and if the second, or if the amendment, I don't see any way we could compel Mr. Denton to change that, so it stands as such, as seconded. We'll take up that conversation, which you could vote against to have it as a separate amendment if you chose. Councilor Lombardi.
If it simplifies things, I see no reason to keep it from being a separate motion.
Okay, we'll go Councilor Tabor, then System Mayor.
I just wanted to ask Councilor Bagley to expand on two different systems. In other words, are we talking about the primary emotion is specific to the app, and this subsequent emotion, not emotion, we're not emotional yet. The second motion does not, it's not specific to the app, it's just specific to the license plate.
Right. And it's not
So that's-
specific to residents, it's specific to non-residents and residents. To me, it just seems obtuse.
Okay, Assistant Mayor.
Okay, just a point of clarification from the city manager, or maybe the DPW director. How much does it cost for us to absorb a 15-minute free park?
I'm gonna take a stab at this, and the DPW director's here to correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the charge to initiate a parking stay with Park Mobile is 35 cents. We charge 25 cents to nope.
The opposite.
Okay.
It's 25 cents, and we charge 35 cents to non-residents.
Right, and we take that dime that to help offset
the discount.
The making it free for residents. Thanks, Peter.
I had that question. So we're looking at if we did, so it would essentially cost the city 25 cents if that resident did not then extend into another session.
Yeah, 35, actually. Yeah.
I think it would depend, and I can speak for the Economic Development Commission that what we could consider, and I'm not speaking for the council, is raising the per transaction fee for non-residents
Residents.
so as to support offsetting for residents.
Yes, but that is, thank you. You got to where I was going to quicker than I did. Second question is, or second comment would be, I understand the confusion of some on up here about Councillor Denton, but if I also understand what Councillor Denton is doing, because this both of these amendments fall under Chapter 7, Article 3, Parking Ordinance. The 30-minute parking is Section 7.324, and the section that Councillor Bagley is looking to amendment is Section 7.12. I'm sorry, Section 7.102, parking meter rate. So I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, that you feel that they are looped in together, so it makes sense
Correct.
to loop them in because
And
they
the
are under the same
specific
chapter.
motion that we're looking at amending above section 7.324, which
Yes.
does not currently exist. It's a deleted section which we're creating something new, and whether we call it free parking or something else, paragraph A is all portion of license. Paragraph B could be for something else different. But that's why our ordinances are written. It's people don't look at the ordinance when they're trying to figure out what applies to them. City staff look at the ordinance to see what applies, and then it's enforced.
Makes sense.
Any other discussion? Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think that there are just so many variables floating around right now between, we're going to give 15 minutes here, but maybe we could save the money for the taxpayers if we raise the rates for people who are non-residents, but note that over 90% of the people parking downtown don't have the resident discount, so that is a significant number of people we're raising rates on. And then we've got this other proposal to add free parking for 3 hours for veterans, which honestly I would have supported, but I won't support it as part of this wider motion, unfortunately. So I feel like there isn't a lot of thought yet that we've looked at this in all of its complexities. And I think that it makes more sense to go back and spend a little time, if you're going to do something like this, to get it right.
So I'm going to pass the gavel again.
I was about to pass it to you.
So there was two things, I guess, and I'll start with watch the recording of the PTS this morning, and a lot of conversation. Erica Waganek asked a question: what are we looking to solve? I'm looking to solve the fact that you can't use the app to purchase a 15-minute increment of time. Every time you try to do that, and the reason is because it costs money to initiate the fee, and it costs money to charge the credit card. So in order to do this, we have to eliminate one of those charges, and that's the credit card fee for me. We reduced, because we can't tell Park Mobile what to do, but we cannot charge the credit card until the accession is extended. I feel every time you go down and use the Park Mobile app, and again, it's not just for the 15-minute spaces, though they're always open. I don't have quarters. My kids put them all into the Brat little coin machine there and get tattoos and put them on their face and scare the grandmother. So I never have quarters, always using the app. And I cannot believe I can't, in this city, pay for we're not solving a huge technological feat. We can't buy 15 minutes of time. And I'm not going as far to say that if I expect to get 15 minutes of value and I want to pay 15 minutes on the app, that it should be a tax because I'm outstripping my actual benefit of the fee that I'm paying. But it's frustrating. And I don't want government to be frustrating. And I think this is pretty simple to be able to say, we're going to create a 15-minute increment. We're not able to charge for it on the credit card. We're going to put it in the app and be able to do this. It's not really anything more or less than that. It's that, to answer Erica's question, we don't have the ability, what are we solving? We don't have the ability to buy 15-minute spaces. It costs too much to charge the credit card. So simple answer, we're not going to charge the credit card, and we're going to start the fee. Yes, it's a 22-cent charge to start the fee, but hopefully they stay and we'll be able to pick that up. And I also think that it gets more people using the app and getting the resident discount in the app. So ultimately, this is where I think we will make more money as a city in the downtown, is that we'll decouple resident parking from tourism and be able to charge a reasonable rate on people that don't already pay to keep the streets, infrastructure maintained. And so that's the direct reason why we're trying to solve a problem that we have. And that's probably the question that I've gotten the most out of parking. Why can't I use 15 minutes? I give a very long, convoluted answer in that it costs, 55 cents in total to start an app through credit card fees and this is why we can't do that. And every time they just blink at me and be like, this is crazy. But I understand it, and this is how we're trying to figure out how to solve it.
Councillor.
Thank you. I agree with the mayor. I read the concerns of the PTS and I read the concerns of the EDC. But I think this kind of solves some of those concerns that we're not eliminating those 15-minute spots for out-of-town residents, so the businesses won't be hurt. But I think offering that first 15 minutes, that people are a lot more likely to drive downtown and go pick up dinner or go pick up a T-shirt or a greeting card or anything. Where right now a lot of people have that mentality that they know they have to pay for that hour, and that is a hard stop. So they go to Walmart or they go somewhere outside of town, or another, not downtown. And I think the only way to study it is to do it. I think, studying it, you can't encompass all the variables unless you do it in the real world. So I do think this is something we should try.
Any more council comments? Councillor Tabor?
It's low risk, it's low risk, but it would be helpful if we could get a cost estimate of some kind. I think just as counselors, we need to see some estimate of cost as a responsibility.
I am going from memory. I believe the estimate, so the parking revenues last year were just over 10 million. I think they're projected to be about 12 million this year because we're getting the garage back and other factors. I want to say it was somewhere between 100 and 300,000 is what we were looking at for a cost estimate to do this, but that's based on the current amount of people that are signed up for the discount. If we pass this, we anticipate the number of people that will sign up will be greater. So I think that's a low number. And I'm just spitballing based on all the data I've looked at over the years. I'd say it's going to be less than 1 million and more than 100,000 in
Councillor,
cost.
point of clarification, are you talking about for the 30 minutes free, the proposed initial, that amount, or are you talking about the 15 minutes free for residents?
Ooh, that's a good clarification.
Yeah, I think it's a very important clarification, because I believe that number when we were discussing it was potential, what if the 30-minute or the 15-minute spots were converted to free spots for residents, not the amended as 15 minutes. Obviously, we do not know how popular this would be in potential transaction fees, but I just want to make.
So it would be an excellent question for the parking department, I think.
Yes.
So could we schedule? Oh, sorry.
Nope.
Could we schedule the second reading to come in after a financial analysis of this? Like, how much time would we need to have financial analysis on 15-minute spots, assuming a 20% uptick in adoption of Park Mobile applications?
I don't know that the staff who's trying to crunch this number right now is taking into account any specific uptick by residents, but the thought is we believe that with existing usage, it would cost $400,000 just to implement the new idea that is posed in the amendment, and we can confirm that for the next meeting. But that's rough back of the envelope work.
And I guess, did they say what is on the back of the envelope? Is that $4,000 based on $400,000 based on 25-cent transaction fees?
I think what I would imagine is it assumes that the fees stay the way they are, both to non-residents and residents. But to be fair, I think we owe a more thorough report back, which we can bring for the 23rd.
Okay.
Which will be the next council meeting.
Okay.
I would say that the 23rd, I think we should put this over till after we pass the budget. So put it on for July
14th. Okay.
14th. Like, I think the budget, we're going to have a long conversation. We've already had a long conversation on this, and we'll have public comment on that as well. So I would make the motion for second reading to be on the 14th.
You want to define what the second reading is first? You wanna
Yeah.
take that?
We still have to call the vote.
Call a vote on the initial amendment?
Yeah.
On Counselor Denton's amendment, right?
Well, on your original amendment, we have not voted on the original.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Any more council comments?
So which amendment are we voting on?
So we're voting on, Kelly, if you
15
don't
minute.
mind, but it is I believe, in layman's term, to change, to get rid of the 30 minutes as presented and to make it 15 minutes free for residents on the Park Mobile app, one time a day.
And to further clarify, neither option listed in the packet would be what you're voting on.
Correct.
A third new concept.
Third new option.
Correct.
And this is just to move it forward to second reading.
Correct.
Correct.
In July.
In July.
Can you repeat the motion?
Beth did a better job.
The original.
I mean, well,
Yes, this first vote that will be called is the mayor's amendment that will remove the first reading for the free 30-minute resident and exchange it with free 15 minutes, first 15 minutes free for resident on the Park Mobile app anywhere in the city.
For a day.
For one time a day.
That you can pay for with the app, because it doesn't include the garages.
She said on the
Correct, on the app.
Okay.
And you can do that on Park Mobile.
That would be initiating this, which would initiate the city at this point eating that fee. Okay. Any more comments? Okay, before, I feel like the mayor, before we call this, I'll just give my 2 cents. I feel like because this has changed so much and there's so many viewpoints, I'm not sure I would push the either table or move first reading once we get some of these responses back to July. I do think it's worth noting again, because it's been said that we're worried about hurting businesses in certain things, that in the response, over 30% said that the original proposed change, 36% of businesses that responded said that it would be helpful, very or somewhat helpful. 36% expected no impact, and 16% said it would be somewhat hurtful. 12% said it would be harmful. So I just want to make sure that information is out to the public and that was based on the original proposal of 30-minute resident parking. But I just think that we are too in the weeds with this, and as we're looking to gather more data, I would like to get some more information on potentially changing, increasing a minor increase to the fee paid by non-residents. I know, as Councillor Cook said, that the majority of our Park Mobile is paid by non-residents, but we know that with the registration initiative that we're taking, that we ideally will see more residents using Park Mobile. So we do see that switch could be happening. So with that, I will call a roll call vote for the first amendment that is on the table. And as a reminder, that is 15 minutes free parking one time a day for residents on the Park Mobile app. Did I say that clearly?
I did.
Okay.
Was that seconded?
Yes,
Yes.
that was already seconded by me a while ago.
By somebody.
Okay. Mayor, you're going to vote first, okay? Mayor McCachran.
Yes.
Councilor Tabor.
Yes.
Councilor Cook.
No.
Councilor Denton.
Yes.
Councilor Blaylock.
Yes.
Councilor Bagley.
Yes.
Councilor Moreau.
Yes.
Councilor Lombardi.
Yes.
Assistant Mayor Kelly.
No.
No.
And
Motion,
that- oh, sorry.
Your Honor.
motion passes.
And then,
I'd like to make my amendment.
okay. You've made your amendment, right? It's been seconded?
He has to make it now.
I have to make it again. So again, Kelly, I'm going to essentially read the same thing, just add National Guard and Reserve. So I motion to amend by adding a paragraph that reads, any vehicle bearing the following special New Hampshire license plates and in use by the person qualifying for said special plates shall be entitled to free parking in metered spaces for no more than 3 hours each day. Veteran, military, National Guard, Reserve, or Gold Star family decal. Any vehicle with license plates from another state, district, or United States territory bearing substantially equivalent governmental license plates shall provided the vehicle is in use by the person qualifying for said special license plates. Likewise, be entitled to no more than 3 hours each day of free parking in metered spaces. This exemption does not apply to parking spaces designated for electric vehicle charging. There's a second.
Second.
And again, this is just codifying what is currently happening and expanding it to active duty, National Guard, Reserve, and most importantly, Gold Star families.
Any, Counselor Blaylock?
I want to thank Councilor Denton and Councilor Lombardi for bringing this forward. It's always been my understanding that veterans could park free in Portsmouth. I'm not a veteran myself, but I'm glad we're codifying this. I think Gold Star families, National Guard, veterans are all very deserving of this. There is no question about that. This is the little thing we can do to thank them for their service. But I appreciate Councilor Denton and Councilor Lombardi bringing this forward and actually codifying this and making it policy.
Okay. Counselor Cook?
Thank you. I will support this amendment, because I support this motion, but I will not be supporting the overall motion. So essentially, this is just symbolic because I do support the free parking for this group of individuals.
Okay. Kelly, do you want to call the roll?
If you'd like. Mayor McCackron?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
No.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay. Where does that leave us? I'm not used to
So
this.
now we need a motion to pass the main motion as amended.
Okay.
To encompass everything.
Do we have a?
I'm sorry, what?
We're now on to the main motion.
Ah, as amended.
One more rule.
Which Assistant Mayor Kelly's supposed to be that one?
Oh, yep. Can we get the roll call?
So,
Yes.
just to be clear, so this means you're not going to take up the 15-minute metered spaces?
Correct. So that
at
would be
all?
the next reading that we'll just table.
Right.
Just, yeah.
And then I'll pass
Goes
this
away.
away. Okay. Kelly, do you want to call the main motion, please?
Main motion as amended.
Again, what are we voting on now? I mean, it was hard to hear.
The two amendments were just voted on, and now we're back to the main, the main ordinance amendment. So,
We don't actually have a motion on the table. So.
yeah, so we need a motion for that.
I'd make a motion that we move to pass first reading and hold a public hearing and second reading as amended at the July 14th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Second?
Do we want a roll call or just? Like roll call or just?
We don't need to necessarily have a roll call.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Opposed.
Opposed?
Oh,
3 opposed?
How many were opposed?
3. I heard.
Why don't we do a roll call just to be sure? Only because there was multiple.
Yes.
Okay. Mayor McCackron?
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
No.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
No.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
No.
No. Assistant Mayor Kelly?
No.
No. 5-4.
Okay, I'll pass it back in the buck. What, you keep that with
All right.
Super majority.
So,
Can we do that, just the next one so I can table it? 'Cause the next
Oh,
one-
sure,
Yeah.
yep.
unless I
First reading of ordinance amendment to Chapter 7, Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking, Article 3, Traffic Ordinance, Section 7.326, limited parking 15 minutes, be amended to remove certain parking spaces.
Your Honor, I make the motion to table.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so, show of hands, how many people are here to speak on the public hearing? For the budget? But, okay, so we're just going to, been going since 5:30, going to take a 5-minute recess. Catherine.
Take care.
But it is exciting.
Welcome back, and we're going to jump right into the continuation of the public hearing on the FY26 budget. Open that up and speak to for or against anything on the budget.
Come on up, Ricky.
See former Mayor Rick Beckstead coming up. Podium's yours.
Good evening, Rick Beckstead, 1395 Islington Street. Boy, I don't miss this. Hour and a half. And there's so much more that's coming. I've watched Esther Petro make recommendations come down. I mean, they're doing their due diligence. Not all of us have time to go and do that kind of thing, but God, I needed to come down to say that something really needs to be changing. And it needs to change fast because we are literally spiraling out of control. And it's not, I know you guys talk about the housing and the affordable. It ain't happening. And it's not going to happen. And the more we build, it isn't going to do it. It's expediting more. As this budget moves forward, and I have to say, a $30 million increase over your 4 years, but you won't oversee just this budget. So yours will stop depending on you all getting reelected, which is what people ask me why they say things and stuff like that. It's an election year. We have to appease everybody on who is going to want to go for reelection and who's not. Just let you know publicly announcing I'm not running. So anyway, it's not going to be your budget. It's going to be your budget when you go and you pass it, regardless of what it is. But during my time, my last budget was passed for July 1st in 2021, and then you guys took over. You did the last 6 months of work where we didn't. But you didn't do the work. You went off the recommendations of the city manager of what was it needed to deal with money, whether it be a lawsuit of $500,000, whether it be $2 million for another lawsuit. That expedited. My budget was $119 million. So when people say you've added $30 million to the budget, it was done over your 4 years of what was asked of you. And you have to go off the recommendations. I love the fact that you guys are doing your due diligence for the first time, asking the questions, the harder questions, but it's the city manager's recommendations. You just gave them a number. And I always had a problem with that number, the number going defining. This was Peter Huda's thing about the zero-based zoning, or I'm sorry, the zero-based budgeting. Okay, so the budget for the police, right now, you are talking about eliminating 4 or 5 positions that haven't been filled in the 4 or 5 years. I get it. But what you've done is the number over last year and the year before that and the year before that and the year before that was already built into those budgets. And it's been extended over those 5 years that it hasn't been filled. And now you're at another number. You'd have to decrease 4 or 5 years to be able to level this out for the taxpayers, to really be doing something. That's what zero-based budgeting is all about. You have to go back to be able to move forward. And that's everyone's budget. And this is something not only I, but my council and the mayor now and Councilor Tabor was worried about 4 years ago with COVID. And that money came in, and it was greener than green, and we spent it. We did it on police, we did it on fire, we did it on our schools, we did it here at City Hall. I'm just not sure we spent the money where it needed to be. Do you know that we're the 3rd largest generator in the state of New Hampshire, Portsmouth is? I worked my tail off, along with 13 other mayors around the state of New Hampshire, to get $12.5 million for residents of Portsmouth. Where'd that money go? Did it get spent on anything? You had a committee that went and made recommendations, and I think by the time the committee that you had formed, Mr. Mayor, there was only like $3.5 or $4 million left over because it got spent on a little bit of everything. A councilor's job is to look after his residents and basically to determine and dictate what the city manager does and spends, not run. Her job is to go and run, just like John Bohinkles was to run. But you are the ones that create the rules and the laws in place and oversee the city manager. Do you know that Kim McNamara in the health department, when we started out with COVID, we had, PE? I think it was PE. We had a trailer, maybe 2. Do you know we have 5 now that are filled to the gills in case the COVID strikes again? Did you make any of that decision? That's just council's job, is how we spend our money. And you haven't done it in 4 years. And you're doing it now, again, like I said, because it's an election year. I've got a 24-year-old daughter that graduated cum laude with her degree as an RN. She came back to Portsmouth last year after graduating from Tennessee. Next month, my daughter is moving to Newmarket. She's moving to Newmarket. So, Mr. Mayor, I mean, you've got two little ones that you're worried about. We've created housing. Those housing things are not going to be there for your girls either, just like with my kids. I don't know if my son is ever going to leave. I was told they do at some point. He's only 21. So I've been told, actually today I played golf and I was told 32 is about the time they leave. Okay. Oh my God. So I mean, I've only got, with my wife, we've got about 11 more years with my son. This is the job of the city councilor. You oversee, you look after us at all times, in good times and in bad. And I've had the bad way more than a lot of other people have gone and had. But we got through it, and we're here today. We have overspent. City manager has done a good job making recommendations for our police, our fire, and our school. What about her departments? After COVID was over, we added to the finance department. We added to the administrative department. We did financial. We did Tim McNamara with the health and human services. They did a great job during COVID, but that was their job. They got paid a really good salary, and even after COVID, you guys all saw to it that everyone got more money. 4.5%, another 4.5%, 9%, whatever it was going around. And that's fine. But why do we have to go and reward 35 positions, most administrative? I hate it. I hate this. I speak with passion. I think most people do. Monty is a great guy. I hired that city manager because of her communication skills, not because she delegated her communication skills to Monty over there. That was her job. She was just like the Rockingham Planning Commission. She went and she orchestrated literally through town after town after town. And I hired her because of her communication skills. She was going to work. She was going to stretch the aisles and do something that most people wouldn't do. And all that was done was delegated in positions. And that's one of the things that's been added to the budget. And in this budget cycle, no one's addressed it. Now, you guys have gone and followed up on what the recommendations of the city manager is. My ask, and I'll leave it at that, is that you go and you ask the city manager to do the same thing that you are asking our fire department, our schools, and our police to do. Cut the red tape, go back to what we were before COVID. That's the right thing to do as a city councilor. I bid you all a good night. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rick.
Esther Kennedy, 41 Pickering Ave. So, in 3.5 years, you've added $23.5 million to the budget. In 3.5 years, you've added 32.2 jobs, and I commend you because last year you had 43.1 jobs, and you've brought it down. However, you still added 32.2. This year, you're putting forward the potential to bond $39 million and 70,000. This year, when you add the bonding and the budget that you've added in 3.5 years, we are looking at $61 million, 570,000. This year, you are adding 9% to our water, and you are adding 4% to our sewer. So I always like to look at history. We were incorporated in 1849. And if you look at 10 years ago, which would have been 160 years, in 160 years, our police department was at 9,592,000. 10 years later, we're at 14,910,000. In 167 years, we only had a fire department of 7,995,000. 10 years later, in 2025, we have a fire department at 12,469,000. In 116 years, the city only spent $43,236 on a school. In 10 years, we are at $65,915, or $65,915,000. Since 1849, in 2016, our general government was at $17,635,000. However, because there's been some money moving around, some of it was placed in sewer, some of it was placed in water, and some positions were placed in parking, we're at $26,664,000 today. In most of these cases, if you look at police, we're up by $5,317,000. School, in 10 years, we're up by $22,679,000. Fire, we're up by $4,873,000. And our governance, city general government, we're up by $9,028,000. Folks, this isn't sustainable. That's reality. Again, we sat here and talked about the school tonight, and we're blaming the whole budget on special needs students. Increase, I find that appalling. I do believe there's some work to be done there, and I have said that. I agree that in our general funds, we need to look at middle management and upper management. You have too many managers. I also believe that in our police, fire, and schools, we need to look at revenue. Now, I was poo-pooed about the revenue, and I would totally disagree. There's ample examples out there about how to bring revenue into our city. We have two choices. We either lower the taxes or figure out a way to bring revenue in to offset the taxes to create our wants. And you folks are going to have to decide what our needs are and what our wants are. But in that decision making, I would ask you to remember that in 3.5 years, you've raised the budget $23.5 million. In 3.5 years, you created 32.2 new jobs. This year, you're going to be asked to agree to a bonding, which because of our assessed value going up, it gives you flexibility to do, which is sad. But you're asking to look at $39,070,000. In 3.5 years, you will have raised, if you agree to this bonding and this budget, $61,570,000. Again, this is unsustainable. I ask you to dig deep. I ask you to say no and really look at the best way to either bring in revenues or lower our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Any other speakers?
Petrie Huda, 280 South Street. So in my career, I was known for my follow-up, so that's what I'm going to do tonight. So I'm following up on my previous questions and the answers that I did receive on some of my questions. And I'm going to refer to the 528 packet that we had. First one, I did present a list of efficiencies as requested by the city manager and the mayor. And the answer to that was presented in there as a question. Are we considering opportunities for restructuring and efficiencies? Yes, and we plan to continue. The current budget process explored services and costs. Well, I think I showed that current process didn't work too good. It was inadequate. That was the first thing. The next thing that I'm going to go over is something that was put in here that was incorrect. I don't know what page this is, but the next question, is the city following the city charter and state statute in the budget process? Yes, both was the answer. The city charter answer was correct. Down at the bottom, RSA 32 municipal budget law, including budget preparations. These provisions apply to towns, school districts, villages, but not cities. False. I urge you to look at RSA 44, Chapter 44, Wards, 44.1, Rights and Duties. All cities now and thereafter incorporated have, exercise, and enjoy all the rights, immunities, and privileges of, and shall be subject to all the duties incumbent upon or appertaining to the town corporations to which they succeed. The second one that definitely applies here, 44.2, provisions applicable. All provisions of statutes now made or hereunder enacting related to towns shall be understood to apply to cities, and all provisions related to the selectmen and town clerks of towns shall be construed to apply to the mayor and aldermen and clerks of cities respectively unless different attention appears. This was done in 1846. So I urge you to look it up. This means you are not in compliance with 32, which required you to put in prior year and what the assistant mayor asked for today from the other groups. If this was done correctly in all of the groups, general, police, fire had it in there, and school, you would know what they spent in 24, 25, budget, and 26. So I wanted to make sure I clarified that, because sitting back there listening to this, it was a little upsetting, because I knew better. So the next thing I would like to ask is, so as a taxpayer and resident, what do I take away from the non-response to my questions? And no announcements of any cuts, no announcements of any adjustments to the $150 million budget, basically, that you have here. Does that mean that everything that I presented to you and asked you to look at is okay? So do I take from that you're okay with some departments going up, $90,000, 90% on a lot of stuff? I could stand here and read to you all of the stuff that was up an enormous percent. It wasn't in fire, it wasn't in police, it wasn't in school. It's in general, it's in public works. And I went over this with you last time, and we get nothing. I'm a taxpayer, and I'm expected to just not get any answers from this. I do not want to go back through and repeat all of what I said, but I have another place for you to look at here, based on the silo effect that we have in public works. Now, if you look at the public works org chart in there, there's public works, fire, parking, water, sewer, stormwater. That's also included in your rolling stock. But I found it very interesting in the presentations that the parking, water, and sewer, and all of the rolling stock that's associated with them that keeps moving, was not presented. The only thing in rolling stock was $789,000, and that was for public works. The other thing that was interesting in the rolling stock, and I don't know if anybody questioned it, was that there was new vehicles coming on. There was new vehicles in water, sewer, and if I remember right, public works. Now, my question would be, is anybody asking what these are for or who's going to get these? And is there an opportunity here to adjust down on this for taking the budget down? Have any of you looked at that or asked the question? I put it to you now. This is where you need to look. There's a lot of places where things can be cut, and it wouldn't affect anything. The budget in the other departments, besides the ones that I mentioned last time that I thought did a great job, and mostly in Public Works, which is our largest employee department and is our largest, basically, gatherer of money besides school. Look in there and look at the increases from last year, FY24, on how much it took to run the departments and how much they're asking for now. Some of these numbers, I did budget for a long time, and I haven't seen these kind of numbers or increases without somebody questioning something somewhere. There is, right now, what I'm looking at is you are the stop. You are the guardrails here. You need to ask the questions. I hope I gave you enough information for opportunities to adjust here. But please, think about this and look at it. Thank you.
Thank you, Petra. Any other speakers?
Good evening. My name's Eric Anderson, 38 Georges Terrace. Thank you for this opportunity. I've expressed some of my comments through the city website, which is in the binder tonight. We still don't know what further deliberations you're going to make this evening with regards to police in school that's going to either increase or, I doubt, decrease what the final budget's going to be. So there's no, I don't think any of us know what the implications of that going to be and what's that going to back calculate into, what the tax rate's going to be. If it's going to be more, if there's going to be more money spent without any reductions to negate any increases that you might deliberate for the rest of the evening. So there is some fiscal impacts that the general public doesn't know how to comment on right now. And I hope that at least some of those are discussed and adjusted so that we understand what the tax implications are going to be with any final budget. If you're going to increase the budget, I would think there would be some obligation in some other manner to increase revenue, to negate those budget increases. It just makes simple economic sense, at least from a taxpayer, or at least from some perspective, that I hope that you're sensitive to. And I haven't seen, I just noticed, it's not meant, but I just noted there's two previous speakers, and I watched every one of you counselors. Not one of you took a note. Excuse me. I think the mayor took some notes. Other than that, I saw no activity of any of the comments that were being made, and they were very sensible comments. Former Councilor Huda just finished up, and she's presented you with multiple questions that she's admitted she hasn't received any answers. And I think that's inappropriate. not one answer, one response was given to her, not just from this evening, but from the prior comments that she made at the last at the beginning of this. Just one simple example. She got into, I don't think I've witnessed you to go through the budget in all aspects, in all categories of the budget. Just one simple example. You've got $100,000 for interns in a various amount of departments. Is that absolutely necessary in this budget for interns? $100,000? It might not be much, but if you go through the budget, as Peter, as former Councilor Hooter has done, there's just a variety of areas that this council has not really investigated well enough to reduce this particular budget and prospect that it could increase tonight. Former Councilor Kennedy just spoke to you with regards to within your tenure, the increase in the budgets that's going on in 3.5 years. I mean, that should have some sensitivity to what you're going to deliberate this evening. I hope these comments with others will make you sensitive to perform one of your primary duties as councilors, and that's the fiscal responsibilities that you have. And scrutinize all aspects of this budget, so that these city residents can find some relief in any possibilities to remain in this city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Any other speakers?
Good evening, Nathan Delaney, 2 Swan Terrace. I know as someone who serves on a board, just coming up here and talking about our cumulative numbers and ridiculing your work isn't beneficial to anyone. So I just want to go over a few comments and questions that you all talked about in the work session held before this meeting. So I'm going to refrain from the admin aspect of the curriculum position, but I do want to address the role of the curriculum office in hand with block scheduling. So the curriculum office hasn't had any conversations surrounding block scheduling with classes or has prompted a means to change block scheduling. Councilor Cook, your points with Algebra 1 and honors in AP Physics, I just want to clear up. Algebra 1 is a year-long course, 2 semesters to complete. Algebra 1 Accelerated is 1 semester, half an academic year. Honors Physics is a semester-long course, half a academic year. And block scheduling would also be a completely different conversation held by the high school administration and CO. And the curriculum office at the high school is strictly driven to align and better subject matters, as one of the first implementations of that office was an overhauled program of studies. Additionally, I have a quick comment on the subject of paras that some of you mentioned during the work session. While I appreciate and can envision some shifting of resources with positions so that they are in an environment that needs them, we as a board have already assessed paras and where they are needed within the district. What I mean by where they are needed is students who have IEPs, BIPs, 504s. Those are the students who need them. We put in our proposal the need for 3 paras at Dondero, amongst other requests, because the students there next year need them. And taking one from New Franklin then limits our resources at New Franklin and our ability to provide resources at New Franklin for those students. But coming up here, I also do recognize it's been a very tough year for everyone budget-wise. So as much as I'm up here asking for more, I do want to recognize and thank you all for your support that you've shown for the school board and the school district this year. So thank you.
Thank you, Nathan. Any other speakers? And it was noted that we are voting on June 23rd on the budget, given the work session that happened directly preceding. So we will extend the public hearing for one more council meeting so that we can hear from the public before we vote on the budget, and I would ask counselors to, if you are going to make motions for the budget or amendments to the motions that are in the packet as informational, that we do our best to have them. It's not always possible, but to have them the Wednesday before the council meeting so that they can be in the hands of the public before we come in to vote and to speak on them. Councillor Bagley, is this a question?
No, I was just going to announce 2 proposed motions that I'm going to make at the next
okay.
meeting, just to put them on the record. And they may change. So, thanks, Your Honor. But what I'm anticipating after the work sessions tonight, feedback from public comment, and analyzing the budget is, I think what the city manager's done is created a bottom line number that I find acceptable. However, I do want to make some adjustments, and the motions I would be making is currently the police budget anticipates a 2.22% increase over FY25, and I would propose at the next meeting a 2.01% increase instead. And currently, the city manager's budget proposes a 2.89% increase over the fiscal 25 school year budget, and I would propose increasing that by roughly 0.05% from 2.89% to 2.94%. And what that would accomplish is, I think it would give the school board roughly around $300,000 more to work with, which I would hope would allow the middle school council position as well as the para positions to be funded in the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Councillor Bagley. Still, please get it in as a proposed budget amendment for the 23rd. Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's really important at this stage in the budget discussions to be kind of clear on where we are with the budget, and so that's why I wanted to share where I am currently with the budget, because it would help our staff to maybe prepare and some alternatives to the budget, because currently I am a no vote on the budget. And the reason I'm a no vote on the budget is that at our very first discussion in January, I asked for no more than 2.5% increase, because that's the Social Security COLA for this year. And that means that our residents who can least afford increases because they're on a fixed income and they're getting that Social Security COLA of 2.5%, will be faced with a higher budget if we pass a budget that's higher than 2.5%. Currently, the budget is over 3%, 3.47% was the budget that the city manager presented to us. We're being asked for even more by the schools and the police department. So there's no way I will consider even more in the budget. In fact, I don't think the city manager's budget cuts enough, although the city manager has done a valiant job in cutting the budget in the general fund and in general spending. Her budget came in below 2%. And she did that in order to counter some of the increases that we're seeing for schools out of district placements, which we all know is a mandatory cost that we have to cover. But it still doesn't get us low enough. And so I want to say thank you to the city manager for working so hard to get us down 15 FTEs, 15.11 FTEs across the board. That's 15.11 positions that will disappear in the budget the city manager presented to us. And for limiting increases in non-operating expenses to only 1.13%, that's pretty significant, including decreases in capital outlay of almost 5%, 4.76%. These were significant cuts that the city manager presented to us, and I really commend her for working so hard to get us there, but it's not enough for me, because I won't vote for a budget that comes in above the Social Security COLA.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. Seeing that we do have the quite a bit to get through, we're gonna. What do I need to do, Kel? I need to vote.
Need a motion to continue the public hearing.
Yes.
All right, I'll wait a motion to continue the public hearing till.
So
to June 23rd.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so have the public hearing again, but we're going to move on now to public hearing and second reading of ordinance. This is a long one, guys. Kelly's going to be watching every word to make sure I don't mess this up. Public hearing and second reading of proposed ordinance that Chapter 10, zoning ordinance, City of Portsmouth zoning map be amended as follows. Rezone parcels described on the city tax map 125, lot 16, tax map 138, lot 61, tax map 138, lot 62, and a portion of tax map 138, lot 63 from Character District 5 to Character District 4W, CD4W. To rezone a portion of tax map 138, lot 63 from Character District 5, CD5 to Character District L1, CD4-L1. To change the boundary of the North End Incentive Overlay District, NEOD, to remove city tax map 138, Lot 61, tax map 138, lot 60-3, and tax map 164, lot 4 from NEOD, and to amend the boundary of the Downtown Overlay District, DOD, to align with the amended NEOD by removing city tax map 164, lot 4, tax map 138, lot 61, tax map 138, lot 60-3, and a portion of tax map 138, lot 63 from the DOD. To amend building height map from 2 to 4 stories, 50 feet, to 2 to 3 stories, 40 feet, for parcels along Bridge Street to Foundry Place, and along Hill Street for city tax map 125, lot 16, tax map 138, lot 62, and tax map 125, lot 14. And to add a building height standard of 2 to 3 stories, 40 feet, along Rock Street, the cul-de-sac at Foundry Place for city tax map 138, lot 63, tax map 138, lot 60-2, and tax map 138, lot 60-3. The zoning maps to be amended are referenced in the city's zoning ordinance at Chapter 10, Article 4, Zoning and District Use Regulations, Section 10.421, District Location and Boundaries, Section 10.421.10, and Chapter 10, Article 5A, Character-Based Zoning, Section 10.5A21.10, Content of Regulation Plan, Map 10.5A21A, Character Districts and Civic Districts, and Map 10.5A21B, Building Height Standards, collectively the zoning maps. That's it. All right. And Peter Stiff is right up there,
And so,
ready to present.
All those words, he disappears.
good evening, Mayor and City Councilors.
give me a
Pretty straightforward. I feel like I don't really need to explain it any further, so, no.
Peter, give me 1 second. I
Okay.
gotta-
That's funny, Peter.
Peter's fine.
Plenty of lead of me, apparently. All right, here we go.
Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. You just say all of that.
Okay.
He appears.
Okay, sir.
So, I will start off by that description, zoning is complex, our zoning ordinance is complex, and especially the downtown area. The presentation, I'm going to give a little bit of history of how we got to the zoning for this area, and then kind of a history on where these amendments came, when they came forward in 2020, and how we got to tonight. And so when I get to the proposed amendments tonight, if you want to interrupt and ask questions as we go through, they're kind of 4 sections, or I can just go through it all and we can have questions at the end. But if you'll advance to the next slide, please. So after the downtown area transitions into character districts for the main core of the downtown, the city looked at the north end and the west end to expand the character districts to those areas. And so for the north end vision, which was in 2015, that was expanding. If you advance to the next slide, this area in the north end, and it recommended height and zoning changes prior to adoption of character district zoning in those areas. So this was a draft height map on the left and a draft zoning map or recommended zoning map on the right. And the area that we're talking about tonight is really what is now Foundry Place. Foundry Place was not in existence at that point, nor was the garage. And here's Hanover Street. So this area. And if you advance to the next slide, this was the West End vision plan, and it took the West End. So this is where the Frank Jones Brew Yard is, and in this plan, it contemplated CD5 and CD4 zoning, and then a host of CD4L districts along the way from the downtown to the West End. Next slide, please. This then evolved into, instead of zoning that West End CD5 and CD4, it took the CD4 zoning and developed a CD4W or CD4 West End. And really the main caveat was accounting for off-street parking. So the occupation of the lot was less so that you could provide off-street parking. And then both of those areas, the North End and the West End, have incentive overlay districts where you can get additional height and footprint in exchange for workforce housing and community space. Next slide, please. So in 2019, the prior owner of the property at 361 Hanover proposed a zoning amendment to remove the property from the downtown overlay. This prompted questions from the neighborhood about the zoning, and in working with city staff from the late 2019 to 2020, developed some potential zoning amendments, which were then presented to the planning board in January of 2020 for a public hearing, which they held, and then didn't advance it, but scheduled a work session in March. And then we all know what happened at that time. We had COVID. So those amendments were kind of put on the back burner. We've had a change in staff through over the years. So some of the amendments, if you move to the next slide, some of the amendments that were proposed in 2020 have been adopted. For example, building height standards along Foundry Place were adopted in 2022. And requiring a conditional use permit if you're in one of those incentive overlay districts. Before, you could just, if you did the incentive, you could do it by right. Now in our ordinance, that requires a conditional use permit for the incentives. And so now I'm going to go through the amendments that were presented in 2020, and they are similar for most of the accounts, but some are different from what's proposed tonight. So the first one was the downtown overlay, moving the boundary of that off of Hanover Street. This is 361 Hanover, so moving it back to the middle of the property and then moving it back off of this property. So that was one of the changes. The next one is the North End incentive overlay. In 2020, it was proposed just to go around this property. Last month, the Foundry Garage parcel was subdivided into 5 lots. So the proposed amendments tonight follow some of those boundaries, so they're a little bit different, and I'll show you that when we get to it. Next slide is building height map in 2020. So as I mentioned before, Foundry Place was not in existence when the building height was originally adopted. So since then, in 2020, it was proposed to have a 2 to 3 story, 40-foot height max along Foundry Place, and then also along Hill Street. Since then, as I mentioned in 2022, the building height was assigned to Foundry Place. It's a little different than what's presented in 2020. And then Hill Street was also changed. If we go to the next slide. And then the base zoning was proposed to change from CD5 for these 3 parcels, from CD5 to CD4, and then the frontage of this parcel, 361 Hanover, was proposed to go from CD5 to CD4L1. And that's what was proposed and supported by staff in 2020, and that was what was presented to the planning board and supported by staff most recently. And which brings us to the next slide. In 2024, this city council received a letter from the residents again asking to take back up these amendments that were proposed in 2020. The council referred it to the planning board. The planning board had several meetings over the year of 2024 and had several work sessions to look at this. In April of this year, they had a meeting, and then their report back and vote to the council was to have this come under the master plan process that's just kicking off. And so that was the report back. The council voted and said to schedule this for first reading on May 19th, and then we're here tonight for the second reading and public hearing for these amendments. So now I'm going to go through the proposed amendments that are before you tonight and talk about the changes from 2020. The first one is the North End incentive overlay. The existing boundary, as shown, cuts through 361 Hanover and then kind of bisects Rock Street, and then this map 138 lot 61, it cuts through a portion of that. And then the proposed change is to, if you go to the next slide, have it follow the new lot that was just subdivided last month, which creates a Rock Street right-of-way. So it will follow that right-of-way line. It will not cover this little portion of map 13861, and instead it'll follow the Foundry Garage parcel. So it's a minor adjustment. And then the next slide is the downtown overlay, which currently extends all the way to Hanover Street, and then it includes map 138 lot 61, and it goes down the side of Rock Street. And the proposal is to, if you go to the next slide, align with the proposed North End incentive boundary, which will bisect that property at 361 Hanover, follow the new Rock Street lot, and follow along the Foundry Garage property line. So those are some minor adjustments to those. And really the main thing with the downtown overlay is you cannot have residential on the ground floor, and there are no parking requirements for non-residential uses. So you can have, so now these properties would be allowed to have residential developments with residential on the ground floor. However, if there are any commercial uses, they'll have to have parking, off-street parking for those uses. Next slide is the building height map. So currently, from Foundry Place to the corner of Hill Street and down Hill Street, the requirement is 2 to 4 stories or 50 feet. And currently there's no, well, since the Foundry Garage parcel was one big parcel, there was no building height ever assigned along Rock Street. If you go to the next slide, you'll see that that green is extended along that new right-of-way. And then the proposal is to change from Foundry Place to the corner of Hill Street and down Hill Street to 2 to 3 stories and 40 feet. And note that these properties are still in that incentive overlay, so they could, through incentives, get another story on top of what the base height requirement is. Thank you. Next slide. So the last section is the base zoning, and currently there are 4 parcels that are under consideration. They're currently zoned CD5, and what is proposed is that they would be changed to CD4W, with the exception of the frontage of 361 Hanover. That would go to CD4L1. This is different from what was presented in 2020. That again was going from CD5 to CD4, and then the front of 361 Hanover was going to go to CD401 like it is tonight. This will create some nonconformities. 89 and 99 Foundry, which is map 62, that has, and I'll go on the next slide and show the dimensional requirements for the district comparisons. So you have CD5 on the top left, then CD4, CD4L1, and CD4W. And then I've highlighted the main differences for the districts. Really, it's building coverage, footprint, and lot area per dwelling unit or density. So currently CD5, there's no density. Similarly, CD4, there's no density requirement. Then CD401, you have to have 3,000 square feet per dwelling unit, and CD4W, you need to have 2,500 square feet per dwelling unit. So for an example, 89 Foundry Place, which is just finishing their project, it's a 55-unit mixed-use building. It's almost 60 feet tall and 16,000 square foot footprint. They have approximately 72% building coverage and 5% open space, which all conforms to the CD5, and they also got an incentive for the north end overlay. So that was their incentive for height. And then if they're proposed to go to CD4W, they would be non-conforming to all those things and would really only be allowed to have 9 dwelling units for the lot area that they have based on the 2,500 square foot lot area per dwelling requirement. And then the other project that's before the city is 361 Hanover. They do have a vested plan. If you just stay on this for one more.
Yep. Sorry.
They do have a vested plan to build approximately 40 units, and as proposed, the property will be split zone between CD401, which that section of the property is proposing 14 dwelling units, and they could really have 6 under the CD4L1 zoning, and then the portion that's proposed to be CD4W would have the remainder 26 units as part of this project. Going to CD4W, that would be reduced to only 7 units per the density. So going from no density requirement to 2,500 square feet impacts that property. The other properties that are proposed to be changed don't have any proposals before the city, but again, they would be going from having no density requirement to 2,500 square feet lot area per dwelling unit, in addition to the coverage requirement, which in the CD5 you can cover 95% of the lot. CD4, which was what was proposed in 2020, reduces that a little bit to 90%, but the CD4W has a 60% requirement. And again, the CD4 was modeled after the CD4W was modeled after CD4, and so it had a less building coverage to account for off-street parking. That's the main difference between those. And then it does have a density requirement. So if you go to the next slide, we'll go through a couple more slides for comparing the uses between the districts. On this slide, they're pretty much the same across the board, with the exception of indoor performance facility, where it's allowed currently in CD4 and CD5, and in CD4L1 it's not permitted, and in CD4W it requires a special exception or is not permitted, and that's based on the size of the facility. The next slide has some more intense uses. Hotels and motels are allowed in CD4 and CD5 up to 500 rooms. In the other districts, they're not permitted. Nightclubs, bars are permitted in CD4 and CD5 up to 250 people by right or 500 by special exception. And then the other 2 districts, they're not allowed. And then eating and drinking places, restaurants, cafes are permitted up to 500 in CD5 and with a special exception in CD4 up to 500. Where they're not allowed in CD4L1 and then CD4W, they're permitted up to 50 people and up to 250 with a special exception. And then I just added the other 2 uses that are different. The recently adopted fueling space for an electric vehicle are not allowed in CD4 and 5, but are allowed by conditional use permit in the other districts. And then outdoor storage of machinery, equipment, and vehicles not permitted currently, and then would be allowed in the CD4W by special exception. But the main impact of the base zoning change is really the dimensional requirements and density that was on the previous slide. And that concludes the presentation. I know it was all very easily understandable.
You're an
Those of us that work with it every day still reread and reread it, so I understand it's confusing and complicated, not only to council but to the public. So I expect there to be questions.
Councilor Bagley. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, Your Honor. CD4W and CD4L, can you go back to the slide that showed the density requirement of, I think it was 2,500 or 3,500 square feet per dwelling unit?
2,500 in CDL1 and 3,000 in CD4W.
And it doesn't exist at all.
Right, currently in CD4 and CD5, there's no lot area requirement.
Right, it's 3,000.
So that would really severely handicap your ability to build housing.
No, it's just truly dense housing. It's not.
I mean, 3,000 square feet is huge. That's like the
Not-
size of my entire lot. It's bigger than my lot. I didn't realize, when everybody talked about CD4 being less intense, I didn't realize it was this drastically less intense.
CD4W. Right.
Yeah,
Right,
CD4W
right,
and
right.
CD4L1. I thought there was just, you couldn't have nightclubs kind of thing. So it was my misunderstanding.
And on the uses, I don't know of any restaurants or nightclubs in the city that have 500 people occupancy level.
Okay, that does change things for me.
Councilor Cook, and we do have the opportunity to have questions after public comment, and folks have been waiting, but certainly asked it now.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I know that there's a building that's already permitted, that's permitted for CD5 zoning, that's going into the space on, I think that's on off Rock and Hanover.
That project is currently in the review process. It hasn't
Okay.
gone to the planning board yet.
Okay, but
they did get vested through
They're
design review,
vested.
so they have to apply within a year, which they're going through TAC right now.
Okay, so that would mean that they had to have commercial on the first floor currently, is that correct?
They did go to the zoning board to get, and they received variances to allow certain residential building types, which have residential on the ground floor. So they did get variances from the zoning board.
Which is great.
Yep.
So then that would fit the new zoning, but then the question I have is, because they're vested with CD5 zoning, if at some point they decided to convert the first floor to commercial, even though the zoning's changed because they were vested at CD5, can they still do that?
They were vested for that project that was presented to the planning board.
Okay.
So then they can do that project. In the future, if it changes, if the zoning changes and then they change, they'll have to conform to whatever zoning is in place at that time in the future for a different project, whether it be commercial on the ground floor.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll open it up to, thank you, Peter, again.
I'll
Excellent
stand back.
presentation. Just animate the words right off the page for us. So it's appreciated, complicated, and not easy to do after 10 o'clock. So appreciate you sticking around for these. We'll have public hearing, and just stand up to for or against.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council. I'm Attorney John Boson, and I represent the owners of the property located at 361 Hanover Street that was mentioned in Peter Siff's presentation. As you may know, we have a residential project that's pending before the land use boards, and we've heard the word vested be mentioned tonight. But vested is not an absolute. You know, it's vested, but we're always subject to economic turmoil. We're subject to, we live in uncertain times. There's no guarantee that we're going to be able to get this project approved and built before we have COVID again, before there's a war, before the interest rate market just goes to some place that we can't control. So yes, we have a vested project, but that does not guarantee us any certainty that we can build what we want to build. there are a number of problems with the ordinance as written. It was basically written by residents, not by the city staff or the planning board. It will have a very negative impact on my client's property and several other properties in that vicinity. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. Our state legislature is working on bills right now to streamline the housing approval process. This ordinance goes in the wrong direction. It will result in a very significant density problem for projects along Foundry Place, Bridge Street, basically decimate the value of my client's property, Mr. Adams' property, Mr. Hapney's property, another property on Bridge Street where the Ferguson lot is located. These new districts as written, they just don't work. The implications to the existing property and the surrounding context along Foundry Place, Bridge Hill, and Hanover Street is drastic. I'm not sure if anybody's analyzed or assessed the economic impacts that these amendments have, but they're real and they're substantial. For example, and Peter touched on this, 361 Hanover Street, it's a 40-unit project. With this amendment, that project gets reduced to 14 units. 89 Foundry Place, yes, it's a project that's being built. It's a 53-unit project, but under this ordinance, it'd be a 9-unit project. The Ferguson lot, that's on Bridge Street. That would allow 10 units under current zoning, whereas under the new zoning, whereas under current zoning, it could provide up to 50 units. Mr. Happy and Mr. Adams can talk to you about what it'll do to their lots. But the property values and the taxes that are generated from these parcels will be significantly impacted. This ordinance needs more work. It needs more study from the planning board. Things like open space needs to be looked at, a minimum lot area per dwelling, increasing the building footprints, allowable uses. The amendment's not all bad. I think removing the property from the downtown overlay district makes sense. Perhaps even from the North End incentive overlay district makes sense, but I don't think it's right for prime time. Adopting this ordinance as drafted will significantly reduce market value and have an adverse impact on the future development of at least 4 properties in the area. It will change dimensional and density requirements. It will make a significant amount of property in that area non-conforming. So I do agree that with the planning board that this ordinance is complicated, and I do think it needs more thorough study, and I think it should be part of the review of the master plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Bozen. Any other speakers? 2 for, against.
This is the appropriate time. Thank you very much. I'm David Adams, live 210 Gate Street. I am a trustee of the Powderhouse Trust Fund. And I have a tiny, tiny little building at the tail end of a big lot. And Mr. Wilson and Mr. Hapney and I are all intimates, but I'm going to speak to my issue. And I have a tiny little place, very constrained on every side. At the moment, I'm 8 feet from a 5-story building beside me to the right as we look at it from the street. I'm 18 feet from a 6-story or 5-story parking garage, which is lit marvelously all night long. And I am just maybe 5 feet from a vested project, which is going to go 5 stories in my spot. And I'm now being told that this zoning, and hats off to Peter, he tried to explain it to me last week. It didn't work, but he tried. And I don't see why I should be downzoned, that my opportunities should be limited. I have a tiny little, highly constrained building and a tiny little piece of land, which at the moment isn't even all mine. Someday, Mr. Wilson and I will make some attempt at divesting the two of us. And at the moment, I have to say that I don't know really what my address will be. It may be Foundry Place. If it is, that puts me at a one-story disadvantage because my building's a whole floor above Foundry Place right now. I don't have any access to Hill Street because, to the best of my knowledge, it's a private way, and I'm not a member of that organization. So I may be granted a way in and out of what we'll call my parking area, potentially, but I don't even know really how that's going to go. I don't know where those lines are going to be. It seems to me that I'm being shoved from every side, and my options for a very difficult space are constantly being limited, and I don't see why my opportunities going forward should be any different from the opportunities that were rendered to the people to the right of me, to the left of me, or even the city behind me. I'm not for this. I don't honestly understand it, but I don't see any value in anything constraining my situation, and truthfully, I don't see any benefit to the community at large. We wanted to get into the specifics of it, but my situation is not dire, but it doesn't need a foot stomping on top of it, like this zoning change would provide. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dave.
My name is Peter Hapney. I have a residence and a business at the end of Rock Street. It's actually on Foundry Place now because they put a gate on Rock Street. I'm in the same situation. I've watched the construction. I've been very helpful for the parking garage people. They put a sewer line across my property. After I suggested they weren't going to do well with making a 90-degree corner with a 6-foot sewer line, they put a Y in there and made some progress. Right now, as I drive down the street every day, I've nicknamed it the 5-story street. Every place is coming to fruition. The hotels are coming aboard, the condo project, the parking garage. Everything is 5 stories. So when I get the word that they want to reduce my possibility in the future to limited stories, I feel like I'm being downzoned. And the future of my property is actually held down because of that. I don't impede anybody with my property as far as if it is higher than normal of the 5 stories it seems to be in the neighborhood all the way down through. So I would suggest that I disagree with the zoning. I've been helpful with the city over the years, and I don't particularly like to be shoved in the corner again. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And thanks for those that don't know this sign back here. Thanks for this.
It won't fall off the wall.
Sure hope.
Any other speakers?
Good evening, Nicole up here, 44 Rock Street. The first thing I would like to say is that regarding what Mr. Stith said, Stith? I'm sorry,
yeah.
Peter, Stith. We are not downtown, nor are we the North End. And this issue was not raised by the neighbors in 2020. It was raised by the Islington Creek Neighborhood Association in 2018. That was 7 years ago, and it was regarding the Kim Rogers development. It has been 7 long years of hard work, meetings, and to have it reduced to something that is not a clear picture is beyond frustrating as a resident. When a builder's attorney gets up and speaks about the housing crisis, it's almost comical to me because I know from listening to all of you what you care about is providing affordable housing and truly dealing with the housing crisis. None of these units, none of these projects that have gone in since this messed up zoning has been in place have been to the benefit for anyone but builders building luxury residents. Everything that's been built since 2018, when we've been begging you since 2018 for 7 years to fix this messed up zoning, all of these units Look at the price tag on them and who they serve. It's not the population that I believe this council has been meaning to help. So that, to me, is in itself laughable. In August 2022, the planning board unanimously agreed this particular zoning amendment was the city's #1 priority. That was in 2022. Our neighborhood continued asking the planning department to schedule the public meeting on the zoning amendment. City officials at every level have publicly acknowledged there is improper zoning in our neighborhood. They have publicly acknowledged that the city overlooked our neighborhood's legitimate interest in correcting that zoning when it failed to move forward the zoning amendment in 2020, in 2021, in 2022, in 2023, or 2024. So it begs the question, when do the residents get represented by their government? When are our voices heard and not drowned out by builders? Yes, it will affect other parcels of property in the neighborhood, but the neighborhood is at further risk of losing the neighborhood. We are a residential neighborhood. We are not downtown. We are not the north end. We're not the west end. We are a residential neighborhood wedged in between. And we are being, little old colonial homes are being overtaken by huge, massive other structures, and no one seems to care, and I don't understand why. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicole. Any other speakers?
Good evening. My name is Robin Husledge, and I'm at 27 Rock Street. I'm here this evening to speak in support of the rezoning being proposed for the portion of Islington Creek abutting the Foundry Garage, which was rezoned around the time when the garage was being located in our neighborhood. The result of this improper zoning is that the largest and densest development can occur across the street from some of our oldest and most historic 1- and 2-story single-family homes. There was supposed to be a transition zone which stepped down in size and intensity from the Foundry Garage into our historic neighborhood, but this didn't happen. It is long overdue for this to be corrected. Already, a mammoth 60-foot-tall, 52-unit condo building has been built on Foundry Place, with its back to Hill Street, where there are 1- and 2-story homes located. Another set of 5 large buildings with 42 large condo units is planned for the old Heinemann building lot at 361 Hanover Street. If this rezoning doesn't happen, this pattern will continue. Historic old homes and buildings will be torn down, and large new featureless condo buildings will take their place. We will lose a significant portion of our history and our quaint old neighborhood, which helps to make Portsmouth the gem of the seacoast and where young families want to live and raise their children. Our neighborhood made requests for even lower building heights and lower intensity zoning and the removal of all the overlay districts which do not belong in our neighborhood compared to what is currently being proposed. So we asked for more than what is currently being proposed. But we support the City Council in taking an important step in correcting the zoning before it's too late and our neighborhood is overrun with hotels, condos, and apartment buildings. Please help to preserve our neighborhood for this and next generations and approve the second and third reading of the rezoning request before the City Council this evening, before it is too late. I'd also like to invite you to come to our neighborhood and look at this monstrosity 60-foot condo building that Kim Rogers built on Foundry Place, and just take a look at our neighborhood and the buildings and the houses that are in there, and then what is going to be proposed at the Heinemann building lot that is encroaching into our historic neighborhood. So I would really love you to come and really see boots on the ground, what is going on and what the impact will be in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Any other speakers? Oh, I don't know if that's true for public comment, or for a public hearing. because you have a property. But is there any other speakers, just to be, yep. Oh, we got Steve.
Hello, my name is Steve Wilson. I'm the owner of, co-owner of the property at 361 Hanover. Listening and reading, have read thoroughly the zoning amendments. I want to make a few first give you a little history on where we are with our project. It's been mentioned that we've been vested. We actually were vested over a year ago with a project that directly reflected the CD5 zoning. That would have been 3-story building fronting on Hanover Street with a story under roof. The elevation of that building was 40 feet. The overall height of it was over 50 feet. We worked with the planners. We listened to the abutters as this being a transitional property going from a 6-story garage, a 5-story condo building to 2.5 and 3-story residential buildings in the Rock Street neighborhood. There are no, I haven't seen any single-story homes in that neighborhood, although there might be one that I missed. They're mostly 2.5-story buildings, maybe an elevation of 30 feet, 25 feet, like that. So in recognition of that conflict of the CD5 and that GRC zoning, we went to the zoning board over a period of almost a year to get them to eliminate allow us to eliminate the commercial use on the first floor and eliminate what was cited as a conflict and a relevant one, conflict of competing for parking with new businesses in the area, plus the fact that there wasn't a live market for businesses in the area. And one of the principal reasons for the DOD was to allow continuity of businesses in the downtown. So the zoning board allowed us to eliminate the first floor commercial uses in our project. They also gave us a variance to have row houses, duplexes, and smaller building footprints in an area in the CD5, which it requires large building footprints or allows large building footprints. We then took, instead of turning the first floor of those buildings, the new 4 buildings, which replaced the very large building, had footprints of 2,500 square feet, 3,000 square feet or less. And where it wasn't required, we voluntarily changed our plan to those smaller buildings on that level. We also lowered those buildings to 34 feet as opposed to 40 or 50 feet as might have been allowed under the incentive districts. We also did not abandon our pursuit of the additional story for the North End overlay incentive district, so we are not pursuing that additional story on any of our buildings, including the existing Heinemann building, we'll call it. So that building would under our current plan be 3 stories. The parking is all interior except for a few guest spaces to all of these buildings. So we're using the first floor of these buildings for parking, not more residents. That provides a terracing effect where you go from 50 and 60-foot buildings to actually 34-foot buildings along Hanover and abutting Rock Street. So the whole idea of saying, well, we're going to have 60-foot buildings, we're going to have 50-foot buildings, we're not. That's not a fact. So we did that voluntarily at great expense and spent, many, many meetings at the ZBA really scrutinizing the project, and we're committed to moving forward with a project that is much gentler and more sensitive to this transitional neighborhood. And we went from having 38 or 48 or 50 residential units down to 38 or 40 residential units. So we didn't use the variance to make our buildings more residential, taller. We actually dropped the elevation of all 4 of those buildings, giving up units, square footage, and revenue. The second thing, and I could go on for a long time, but I know this has been a long night for you already. But the other thing is I took a look at recently the neighborhood's complexion. This zoning change, first of all, we're changing 4 properties that aren't developed, mine included. So now we're vested. If our project moves forward, you're really affecting only 2 properties that are undeveloped. That would be the plumbing supply building, Ferguson's, down on Bridge Street, which is surrounded by tall buildings, and also Mr. Hapney's building, which is on the railroad yard, and he spoke for himself about that building. But to severely limit 3 buildings, now those 3 properties, including mine, now you're splitting my property into 2 zones. I don't know why, but we have a plan in front of the planning board that reflects this better zoning, if you will, voluntarily, with a large expense of the going to the ZBA and holding the project for over a year to get that approval. So now we're faced with this. In the earlier 2020, 2018, whatever you want to call it, just because a zoning change was proposed by the neighbors doesn't mean it was a good idea. It also doesn't mean it was going to get approved. It was just a proposal. But it goes from CD4, which you saw on the graph, which we almost completely conform with right now, to CD4L1 and CD4W West End. That's what W stands for. We're not in the West End. And the L1 zone, the only restriction in there, what that does is further restricts the amount of square footage for per dwelling unit, which was what causes this huge restriction and crippling to the value of our property, and really disingenuous after what we've been through. So I went to all the properties starting at the parking garage and went in a clockwise direction around our property, what you would call the abutters. And the first one is the municipal garage. It's 60 or so feet tall or more. The Ferguson building, which is a single-story commercial building, which has yet to be developed further, whether it is or not remains to be seen. To go put that from CD5 to CD4W would make it non-conforming from a conforming building. The 61 Rock Street, which is Mr. Hapney's building, would go from CD5, which it conforms with, to CD4W, which would make it currently non-conforming. The Pearl Street Apartments are currently non-conforming, but they have a density of 1,742 square feet of lot area per residence, well below the 2,500 or 3,500 required for each one, so that's a non-conforming building currently. The next building would be Foundry Place, which is fully developed, so changing the zoning there means that in 100 years when that building becomes obsolete, maybe you can apply some new zoning, but it's a red herring. There's nothing's going to change with that property, and it's 25 or 30 feet from my property. So it's the change would make that building completely non-conforming, but that has 444 square feet of land per dwelling unit, as opposed to the 3,000 or 2,500 that this CDL1 CDW would require. My property, the change would make that non-conforming with the plan that's in front of the the planning board, but we're not looking for a 5-story building as was stated. Our building is 3 stories. It already exists as 2 stories, and it's going to be, 20 feet shorter than the building right next door. So, and 20 feet shorter than the building right behind it, which is the parking garage. And 6 feet taller than the condo building that's next to that. So the density on our project would be 1,357 square feet, one of the highest per square foot of lot per dwelling unit in the neighborhood. That the then we go on to 14 Summers, the 3 tenement buildings on Hill Street, which are currently non-conforming. They allow a square footage per dwelling unit of 1,343. So this would bring their non-conforming status and double the non-conformance of that building, those 3 buildings. The condo building next door, 349 Hanover, which is existing, it's developed, no changes are going to make a change there. It's CD4L1. It's now completely non-conforming. It has a density of 872 square feet per dwelling unit, as opposed to the CDL1, which requires 3,000 square feet. Effectively, the next property is, I went on to the houses. So they're in the GRC district, just the 138-6 is a 2-family, 3,920 square feet of land, which means that each unit has 1,960 square feet of land. In the GRC, they're required to have 3,500 square feet of land per dwelling unit. So they're at 1/4 of the allowed, of the required land per dwelling unit, completely non-conforming right now. 138-19, that's the corner of Rock Street and Hanover, right across from our property. That's got 3,049 square feet of land, 400 square feet under the requirement in the GRC. And the next building directly abutting our property is 3,465 square feet and 3,485 square feet of land, still under the 3,500 square foot requirement. So I've just cited 13 properties, all but 2 of them are non-conforming. And I just wanted to bring that up to you because these statistics are thrown around. The last thing is, I happen to be here during the budget committee meeting. So if you take the zone and down zone all of these properties, which are certainly in town, they abut a residential neighborhood. We've made every effort to bring our property, which is the only one I control, to terrace down to that neighborhood. Some of these houses are the same height as these duplexes that we're now proposing, but you also are giving up revenue. Like I'm going to paraphrase the numbers, but I'm paying well under $40,000 in taxes at Heinemann. It's an empty parking lot. It's an empty building, has no productive use right now. I've taken that building, which was empty when I bought it, and I'm going to put it on the rent rolls. I'm going to turn that $40,000 into $400,000 of revenue, just like I did many other properties in town. So you talk about cutting expenses, but now we're talking about cutting revenue. Okay, and you're talking about victimizing 3 properties in this zone, me and 2 other people, okay, to somehow save the neighborhood. When they bought the houses, they abutted a commercial neighborhood, right? So that's what they bought. And those houses are millions of dollars now too. So to say, well, these condos are too much money, everything is too much money. It's not my fault. It's a cost thing. And when they sell the houses in the neighborhood, the Creek neighborhood, they get millions of dollars for them. So I'm not picking on them because of it. Good for you. But in the meantime, they're affordable for them to live there. So those are the realities of the whole neighborhood. This is spot zoning in the reverse. And it's not going to help anyone in town except the few special interests, maybe their perception. We've done everything that we could. I hope you'll see that, and the record would show it. And the planning department doesn't support all of this. In the meantime, I think the DOD was poorly placed. We had to go to the zoning board to overcome that. And we're not going to use the North End incentive to make our buildings taller. We're making them shorter voluntarily. So I don't know what else we can do. The CDL1, the CDW, completely inappropriate for this area. The 3,500, it's the square foot per dwelling unit. No one, as I just cited, and I have this for anyone's edification, meets that 3,500 square foot density required. Not most people, not some people, nobody. But that's not even the houses that we're talking about protecting meet that requirement. So I hope you'll appreciate what I'm saying and the statistics of it, and I think it's completely inappropriate. Maybe the DOD to come off, I'd support that. Even the incentive overlay district, we have no skin in that game because we're not going to use it. And so we're doing everything we can. And changing the zoning and making us victims in the neighborhood makes no sense. So, thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Steve. First, wait a motion to go past 10:30.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Me.
Okay. All right. Any other speakers? Yep.
Hi, my name is John Gray. I'm actually up here representing the Ferguson Building, or Lynn Gray and Brad Gray. We've been in this town a very long time. We've had a family-run business for 123 years. I hear the celebration of the 25 years and the 50 years. 123 years, family-run business in Portsmouth. We have some investment properties, we have some other things around, and Ferguson happens to be one of those properties. Right now, the way it sits, I don't see why it's changing. I don't understand. I'm just getting into this, just learned about this a few days ago, actually. And obviously, this has been going on for some time behind the scenes or at meetings I just didn't know about. So we are talking about the Ferguson lot. 126 Bridge Street. The Ferguson building as it sits is 12 feet lower than the building that just got built behind it. So our first floor, their first floor level and our top floor first level was a 12-foot difference as it sits right now. And now we're talking about dropping our thing down to 40 feet. We're going to be half the size of that building. Don't understand why. Makes no sense on why we would be restricted to any lot conformings, or why we'd be restricted to being half the size of all these buildings being built around. As everyone has said before, there's 5-story buildings, 4-story buildings that have just all been built. And now all of a sudden we're looking to change a few certain local properties on it. The hardship of that would actually be very detrimental to our family. Doesn't seem reasonable. Every building around us, it makes no sense to me whatsoever of why this is even brought up or why. It's been zoned this way. I don't know since when, but I know when they bought the property over 30 years ago, it's been this way. Doesn't make sense to have to change it now. I wish I had nice little diagrams to show you and everything else, but I literally just learned about this too a couple days ago. We would love to build, something in the future, but we have no idea when, what, where. We have a great tenant that is locally there right now. Have no direct reasons to change at the moment, but when that time does come, we should be able to build the building that we are able to build right now. I guess a lot of it's already been said by many other people, but to me, I just feel like I've come late to the party because I just had no idea all this was going on. And to have, and even talked about having someone's property rezoned and diminished, I just don't see the reason why, and the hardship of it would just be detrimental. So, thank you.
Hey, John.
Let's go. This is for you.
Oh, thanks.
Keep this up.
I go to tattoos.
That's for when you go to Moe's, you can run in real quick and give them the quarter. My name is Elizabeth Bratter, property owner of 159 McDonough Street. I would appreciate it if the zoning map that is being proposed could be brought up.
Give me one sec, Liz.
Sure. In the meantime, I'll start my little talk that I just threw together because I thought you would have all the information I've been giving to you years. I do want to apologize to Mr. Ferguson that his employees did not give him the notification that I went door to door in 2017 and 18 twice and went into his store twice. So you might want to talk to his employees. I appreciate that Mr. Wilson has completely changed the zoning on his property to meet his needs by asking for variances from everything that exists. He pretty much is a good example of the fact that that zoning is not proper for that area. The same thing happened with 89 Foundry Place. It too required many, many zoning variances in order to build that 60-foot building that was supposed to be stepped down on the Hill Street side to 3 stories. And then they went back a year later, and voila, it's now straight up. I invite you to please come down there and walk around and see how big that thing is. So I wanted to clarify for Mr. Bagley that the CD4L1 is only for on Hanover Street, and if you look at it, you will see that CD4L1 is all of Hanover Street on both sides. As a matter of fact, CD4L1 is the slowly but surely replacement for GRC, GRA, and GRB. The other thing you have is the Ferguson building, and all of that area was zoned central business district. And when character districts were changed, Islington Street was central business district. If you look at the maps I gave you a long time ago, all of Islington Street was central business district, a beautiful red color, and they turned that to CD4L1, which is less than CD4. And the reason why that happened is because it's residential. So you had commercial on Islington Street and residential behind it, so they did not make it CD4W, although most of Islington Street is on the west end. They did not make it CD4L1 because that's too residential. They made it CD4L2, which should have happened when that was changed. It should not have been CD5. Mr. Wilson has proved that it definitely shouldn't have been CD5. It should have been CD4L1 or L2. Unfortunately, Portsmouth does not have transitional zoning. The only transitional zoning in the character districts is CD4W. And although it was shared that the difference has to do with how much space it takes up in the open space, it also has to do with the uses, which Mr. Stith pointed out are much more intense. The more intense uses, if you look at the list I gave you a long time ago, shows you that they don't need special exceptions for a lot of the intensive uses. And do you really want a place that can hold more than 50 people next door to you when you're sleeping? That's why Islington Street is CD4L2, because you can't go bigger than 50 people. So anyway, zoning is always a very interesting subject. Most people understand it, don't understand it at all, and it takes years and lots of experience to truly get the gist of it. The area along Hill and Hanover Street was zoned with the most commercial and the most intense uses in the city in character districts within 18 feet of the most residential area in character districts, known as CD4L1. Don't fall asleep, you guys. I've been up since 3:30. I want you to look a little more perky. Most residents don't know when this type of questionable zoning happens that they can go to the planning department and work to find an equitable solution. When the CD5 zoning was questioned, it was when 89 Foundry Place went in. That's when the neighbors said, what's going on down here? That was the same time that Reese was building on the other end. And that's why the neighborhood as a whole was looking at zoning. A lot of people don't know that you can go to the planning department and say, I want to do a change in zoning. As a matter of fact, we in Islington Creek did not know that until we were saying, why is this CD5? We went to lots of meetings in the planning department and looked at this over and over again. The meetings continued for months. We learned a lot about zoning, heights, uses, dimensions, setbacks, overlays, and incentive districts. And for those of you who are confused about it, who do it every day, imagine if it's something new to you. There seemed to be a consensus of planning board members, zoning board members, city council members, technical advisory committee, that the zoning divide in this area needed something done to it. It's difficult to compromise when it's your house that's right next door to a proposed 60-foot building. It's difficult to compromise when the city is hoping that incentive districts will provide affordable housing. When you use that North End Incentive District, wouldn't it be nice if that extra story you put on actually had affordable housing in it? That's not happening. It's difficult to compromise when you have investment property and you want to be able to build on it. A good lawyer once said, a good compromise is when everyone leaves with something and without something. This was looked at very, very carefully by the planning department, by city councilors, by the planning board members years ago, and all agreed this needed to be addressed, not to put it off anymore. Although neighbors thought the Downtown Overlay District and the North End Incentive Overlay District could be moved to Foundry Place, so then it would be only on that side. It wouldn't be on the residential side. But it was thought that that could benefit developers and possibly the city. The zoning of CD4W is the only transition zoning in the Portsmouth character districts. It allows for large footprints, which is the big problem in Portsmouth, is you have old buildings that have big footprints right off the bat. But CD4W has a distinctive difference, and that's the uses. The uses are much more neighborhood friendly. They have requirements that ask the zoning board to actually look at it. They're not allowed by right. CD5 and CD4 have the exact same uses, and they are allowed by right off the bat. They don't need a special exception, but in CD4W you will. The changing on Hanover Street to CD4L1 makes perfect sense because CD4L1 already exists there. Please accept these changes for Hill Street and Hanover Street. They were well thought out. They include a height that is physically higher than the existing buildings. And just for the record, Peter Hapney's building is already in the green zone. It was changed last year by you lovely people. Mr. Wilson's building is already in the green zone for height. You want to bring up height because obviously they're looking and they've seen the green. Are you able to bring up the height map? So that was changed last year. I think so you can see Peter Hapney's building is that one on the end. That is already in the green zone. Steve Wilson's building is already green. If you look at Mr. Ferguson's building, it's green on the end, one side, and then it's brown on the other. So he would have to have 50 feet in, be able to pick a height, to get his height right. There's a little rule there, maybe Peter Stith can correct that, but they're just changing those two buildings to green for future things. So the height itself of 3 stories, 40 feet, is actually taller than most of the buildings in the neighborhood. But it is consistent with the rest of Bridge Street and Hill Street and Islington Street. The overlay districts, the North End Incentive Overlay District allows for 1 more story or 10 more feet. And if you remember, Mr. Adams said his building sits 10 feet high. So he's already up 1 story before he adds his 3 stories. So he's up at 40 feet, 50 feet out of the gate because his bottom story is 10 feet up. And that's how height works. It's what you start out with. You don't get to fill it in for 10 feet, but if you start 10 feet up, you go 10 feet from there. So the most important thing of the downtown overlay district is stores on the first floor, which Mr. Wilson said he got rid of because there's no reason to have stores in the neighborhood. On the Foundry Place side maybe, but not on the Hill Street side and not on the Hanover Street side. The other thing that happens with the downtown overlay district is they don't have any parking requirements at all for the stores. But the neighborhood, if you look at your parking information that you guys just got, is already overutilized. So the last thing you want to do is have that downtown overlay district in the neighborhood. CD4W allows for large businesses, but not huge businesses. It allows for things that are there. The CD4L1 is a reasonable change because the rest of it isn't. The CD4W was chosen only because CD4 and CD5 have the exact same uses, and CD4 and CD4W are very similar. We're not trying to change the world. It is a transition zone that the neighborhood is asking you to turn into one. A transition zone. We're not trying to harm any neighbors or any investment property. They can still build as big because Bridge Street is still 3 stories, 40 feet. Thank you.
Thank you, Liz. With that, we will take up any additional council questions and deliberations. Councilor Denny.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's being proposed now, I'm not sure if it reflects the reality on the ground, looking at least 2 specific properties. One of them, I'll just call it the Foundry, map 138, lot 4, that little space. That going from CD5 to CD4W doesn't make sense to me. Further, the Ferguson Plumbing shop at 126 Bridge Street, that going from CD5 to CD4W doesn't make sense because my read on that is they wouldn't be able to have a restaurant. And that seems like it'd be the perfect spot for a restaurant. And so maybe I'm misreading this when it comes to what's being proposed, but that portion, at least those 2 lots or those undeveloped properties there, just aren't jibing with me with what's being proposed. I don't know how to fix it. And this is a good effort by everyone involved at compromise. If there are suggestions on how that could be addressed, and I might be wrong when I'm saying, because I'm just not that big of a planning person.
Councilor Bagley, Councilor Lombardi, Assistant Mayor.
So, I mean, the reason I thought we brought this forward, or at least I brought this forward, was I thought changes hadn't been made to this neighborhood since 2017, but it sounds like, based on the last speaker's comments, changes have been made regarding the height. I also was unaware of the drastic difference between CD4 and CD4W, so I could potentially support this if the changes were from CD5 to CD4, but I can't support it to CD4W or CD4L1, I believe it is. But it's, I mean, I would like to see us simplify our zoning. It seems like we're taking a giant step in a different direction.
So Councilor Lombardi, Councilor Morrow, you're gonna.
I just
wrap it
want
all
to
up.
respond to what he just
Okay,
said.
all right.
So the zoning, when she said we just changed it, is because that road didn't exist and we put it in. It's because there was no zoning there because there was no lots there. There was no road frontage to put it in. So I just wanted to correct you on that.
But we have changed the zoning recently.
We added in zoning that wasn't there.
Okay, I thought we hadn't added anything since 2018.
Councilor Lombardi.
Thank you, Mayor. I had phone calls from both Mr. Adams and Mr. Happney, and so I went down there and looked at it. And Mr. Adams co-owns a building with, I believe, Mr. Wilson. It's a condo. It's condoized. The land is condoized there for that. That building is, I don't know if anyone's been in New York City and seen the church that has had buildings built over the top of it.
Cantilever.
It reminds me of that. It's very odd. It's squeezed between gigantic buildings, and it looks out of place there. I have not followed all this level of zoning closely, but I just think that that's a mistake somehow. Mr. Happney's building, again, what's gone around it, and his is a commercial building, basically. I find that the impression I have is that they are basically being reverse zoned. They're losing value in their property, reverse spot zoning. I think Mr. Wilson used that term, if I'm not mistaken. And it just doesn't appear to be a logical situation for me.
Councilor Lombardi, Assistant Mayor, and Councilor Cook.
This may be, Councilor Morrow, you can help refresh my memory. Can you remind us in the public why the planning board decided to, I guess, kick this down the field to the master planning?
Honestly, they didn't give us a whole other reason. They just thought it should be part of a larger conversation. That's really what I feel like they said. They were just like, well, we're about to start the master plan. And in my mind, I heard they just wanted to kick it down the road and not deal with it. So that's kind of what I heard.
We just left it in our plate.
Not a good reason.
I see both sides of this conversation. I do believe that, I guess I'm on the fence of what is I can understand the neighborhood's desire to protect their character completely. I lived on Hanover for a while in it's been redeveloped now, much nicer apartment than when I lived in there, and the deck was collapsing on it, and we had a gravel driveway. So I understand the value of the historic nature and kind of how already cramped and stressed that neighborhood is. I do also understand the desire for current and or future redevelopment for best and highest possible use on the other side of that. I do wonder, as Councillor Bagley has stated, or I'm sorry, one of you guys. I've also been up since 4 a.m., Liz. I get it. About whether CD4 versus CD4W is the best route to go. And with that, I'm kind of back and forth on that. I do understand the value of the master plan, and I also do sympathize with the frustration that you feel like, again, potentially the planning board has kicked the ball down the road. I completely understand that frustration and can empathize wholeheartedly with that. I do wish the planning board had made a decision on this instead of referring it down to master plan, because this in reality would have been a much better arena to hash this out than on the council.
Councillor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. When I'm looking at the map, given the changes in height that were already made, really what we're doing here with several of these properties is changing use. And I'm struggling a little bit with that because I know Mr. Hapney's property is commercial, and essentially going to CD4W changes the nature of the zoning there for his property and redevelopment of that property, which is basically wedged behind our Foundry garage. So, and is not sitting immediately abutting another home, a residential home. It abuts the park and the railroad tracks behind that. And so, I don't understand why that's included here. I also don't understand why the properties on Foundry Place need to have such a step down. I can understand the desire for Hanover Street to be a step down because that is really the street that abuts most of those single family homes and other homes that are lower in height. But the Foundry Place has been so developed at this point that really the changes on Foundry really target individual property owners there and put them in a position that they can't redevelop in the same way that their immediate abutters developed their property, which I think would not be the intention of the change. So I'm particularly concerned about Mr. Hapney, Mr. Adams, Mr. Ferguson, and the situation it puts them in, given that they have immediate abutters who've already developed very large, tall properties right next to them, and that their properties don't immediately abut housing, residential properties that are their single family or duplexes or so.
Councillor Cook. Councillor Tabor.
I have never thought CD5 was appropriate for some of the areas here. But I did have a question, and this may be naive, but Mr. Wilson's property is vested, and we've all seen the plans. I assume if that goes forward, there's no loss of value. There's only loss of value if the plans currently being approved don't go forward. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a, Steve doesn't have to confirm that, but nothing's definitive, but yes.
Yeah. So I think I would be in favor of some kind of transitional zone, whether it's CD4 or CD4W. I think I do share some concerns about the uses, the limits on business usage that CD4W has.
Councilor Moreau.
Can I first ask for a legal question?
I'm not in charge. You can ask whatever you want.
I was hoping that City Attorney Morrell, if because I'm taking the temperature of listening to my fellow councilors, if we were to make an amendment that the lots, instead of changing to CD4W, we would follow the staff recommendation of CD4, would that requires another second reading and public hearing?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure I said
It's
something.
property. All right.
I just want to make sure. I don't want to say something and not have the proper answer. So, I understand the change in the intensity, and to answer Councilor Denton's question, they are still allowed to have restaurants. They're just allowed to have smaller restaurants, like 50 seats, like they're allowed to have along Islington Street. So that bit smaller of intensity. I do think this conversation should continue around the master plan, but I also think we should do something now. So I would like to know that if I were to make an amendment to just change to what the staff recommendation, and Peter can help me with this if I'm wrong, unless he's fallen asleep. I believe the only difference between the staff recommendation and what we've brought forward were the changes because the CD4L1 on the front of Hanover was still part of the staff recommendation, but the backside and the other lots instead of CD4W were CD4. I'm getting a nodding, so I am correct in that. So I would be curious to get feedback as to you councilors' thoughts on that.
Well, everybody's spoken, but I'll.
You can speak.
One, I think that the idea of council making ad hoc zoning changes and decisions, like if we get re-noticed, that's totally fine. Don't have a problem with that. I'd ask that it come after the budget in July if we were going to do that, so that people have a sense of what's going to happen, and not as and I believe it was Mr. Gray, Ferguson is the business that occupies that space. Here's I guess my thought on this after listening to this for a number of years. The zoning there sucks. The zoning that's proposed also sucks. And the idea that what we're trying to do, and I understand the planning board's desire to have this done in the master plan, because clearly more thought needs to go into this. The problem that I have with that is that I'm trying to get I would like, and this is a process that doesn't exist on the city council, master plan is built by the planning board, and it's then built by the people getting feedback on the planning board. My biggest concern with that is what's going to deliver the better master planning process. And from where I'm sitting is if the reason why this is here is because we forgot about it. We forgot about it. That's a problem. The city shouldn't forget about things. They shouldn't come on to planning boards, get taken off the agenda. Yes, it was COVID. Yes, there were reasons, but without, those reasons, actually, being nobody can be in the head. So there's always going to be a fear that, oh, this is the plan, all along. I feel as though we run the risk of, if we don't make any changes to this, the changes that are going to happen to the master plan, neighborhood, I guess I would, if I wanted a more restrictive zoning with less density, I would just keep these as it is, and you would be able to have a stronger case for, more restrictive zoning, because you could point to all the places where, look at what's allowed. If we make this change, it's going to be more restrictive, and it's going to give more opportunity for people that want more density and more housing to say, hey, look how, all of these restrictive zoning changes that exist here, we have to make a change here, and we need more density, and we're going to end up having, a more dense project at the end of it, because everything is going to change as part of the master plan. So part of this is somewhat moot in terms of the changes that we make. From my standpoint, I'd like to make some change because we forgot to. And the idea that if you forget to do something, you can't go back and do it. Now, the master plan, I believe, is going to change all of this, and the question is, what is this actually going to set us up for? And I have a feeling that if we don't make any change and we just tell ourselves that, okay, yeah, we'll plan this in the future, I got a sense of where some of the opposition in terms of like making changes in the entire, takes away. So I guess ultimately I care about every neighborhood. I do, and I walk through your neighborhood a lot. Mr. Adams, you put a nice mural on there, and it's pretty cool in that it's a nice little place. And Mr. Habney, like, it's great. I think that my concern is not as much about the neighborhood. It's more around the process that we create zoning laws for all of our neighborhoods. And so I don't see, if we don't make any change here this evening and we convince ourselves that there's a better process ahead, and there's a better process ahead, that process is going to be shortchanged because we're going to be talking and explaining the entire time about how we didn't make this change, and we're not going to be able to have, like, we govern at the consent of the governed. If we don't actually follow through, and Steve Wilson brought up a good point, it was never voted on. Who knows? It could have sucked. It could have been great, but it was never, it never got its light of day. And so it kind of tie goes to the runner on that, and it's the greatest plan ever because of the fact that we didn't actually vote on it. So I worry that if we convince ourselves that we don't have to make any changes here, that we're going to end up in a position when the master plan comes around and the finger gets pointed at the city of, forgotten about us, instead of, we start from there, and there's going to be changes in the master plan. Like the zoning, even as this is, the idea that, the Ferguson building couldn't have, like that it would have to be, it's directly across the street from like hotels. Like it was crazy. I hope the Ferguson supply shop stays there for, for as long as it wants to, but the next thing should have the ability to at least fit in there and not be an artifact. I think that's going to be harder to make those changes, from my perspective, if we don't make any change. I'm open to, changing it so that it's limiting the impact on, those three things. It seems crazy that we would be just picking those out, but I'm more looking at the process and how do we preserve that and, get back on the right side of representing, the people that are able to come and ask for zoning changes. Should have passed the gavel. Councilor Cook, I saw you had your hand up.
No, I was just going to say, I'm sorry to Mr. Gray.
Yeah.
I called him Mr. Ferguson. Yes.
Councilor Bagley?
So, I'm not a Trekkie, but there's a term from Star Trek called Kobayashi Maru, which means either option is terrible. That's kind of where we are because the ball was dropped so many times. We've put the neighborhood in a really challenging position where we didn't make decisions, but we can't just make a decision that's not fair to the current landowners because the ball was dropped previously. I think it's worth investigating Councilor Moreau's suggestion. I think if it was CD4, and I don't know how the folks out in the crowd feel, I certainly would be more amenable to making. I don't think we can kick this down the road too much further, maybe after budget season, but I do think we have to, even if we make no change at all, I think we have to give a very strong best effort analyzation of all this.
Guys, so we're not
probably not going to do it right now at
yeah, it doesn't sound
11:30
like
at night.
so I would say that we I have no idea what I'm sorry guys, like I'm not
I thought
like,
I did until the presentation
so I'm
tonight.
not like the expert on every zoning change here. I would rather wait to push it out in terms of answering a question on this if we have questions of what that would look like, or we could try to spin it up before midnight. I just don't think that's going to happen.
I was just going to make a motion with an amendment.
Okay.
If everyone's game for my trying this. I would like to move to continue second reading until July 14th, 2025 City Council meeting with an amendment to the noticed current second reading to change the lots that are currently CD5 and proposed to be CD4W to actually change them to just CD4.
Second.
It's as simply as I can say that.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick clarification question?
Yep.
There's one that's CD4-L1. Would that also change?
No, the CD4L1 would stay because that
Okay.
was part of staff recommendation to
just
change that
wanna make sure that's
piece.
not an oversight.
Yep. Nope, that's not an oversight.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, some of us have been here for a few hours here, so we're gonna, in the middle of July, come back.
In the middle of July, we'll come back
Okay.
and have another
So
second
that's-
hearing
so
and
you've
talk about it all
noticed
over
that-
again.
You've noticed that?
On the amended motion, yes.
Okay. Is that a amendment, as a potential amendment, so it's noticed, so we take it up and that's okay, like, or is it?
I continued second reading as amended.
As amended, so you are making the motion to amend tonight?
Yes.
And then send it to second reading in July?
In July.
Okay.
To redo it, yep, as amended.
So it's gonna happen in July. And the reason why is because the budget is gonna take up the next council meeting, just to explain that. We're not gonna be able to spend as much time on this at the next council meeting, or we could, but we're gonna have a big budget meeting. You guys are not gonna wanna sit through that. I can't pull this up ahead of the budget. That's the primary goal, so we'll kick this out to July 17th.
14th.
14th, I don't know, I thought 17th. All right.
Going to have a vote on the motion to amend
Yep,
first.
okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Okay, now I'll vote to, is that all one? All right, we're done. All right,
Done with that, moving on.
done.
We have public hearings, adoption of resolutions now.
all right. Public hearing and adoption of proposed resolution authorizing the transfer of bond proceeds that are no longer needed to pay costs for the project for which it was initially borrowed, to pay costs for another capital project in accordance with RSA 33, colon 33-A, number 2. That in accordance with RSA 33, colon 33, or 3-A, section 2, the unexpended balances of the funds borrowed to pay the cost of the project set forth below, which amounts are no longer needed to complete the project for which they were initially borrowed, are hereby appropriated by this council to pay costs for school facilities security upgrades.
Your Honor, Nathan will give a brief presentation on how there happen to be remaining funds in a previously approved project, and then Ken Lynchey and Brian Cisneros will explain the new project.
So I know it's late, but good evening, council. I want to give you a couple of quick comments. I had a lot of fun with this project. I wanted to bring the great news to you. If you haven't been into the lower level yet of community campus to see what you did with the Robert J. Lister Academy, please see it. We had great partners in Bonnet Page and Stone as the construction manager and JSA Design as our design partner, and they did some great work. They turned back on a $3.3 million project, $550,000. They did so because they worked as well together as they did. I want to tell you that some of it is luck. They had a lot of allowances that they didn't have to tap into, winter conditions and the like. That all added up to over $100,000. But the real work that they did, they worked well together and took full advantage of the building as it existed. They managed to save $130,000 plus on the MEP, mechanical, electric, and plumbing. But what I was most enthused about as I was watching it take shape was in that project and in the ongoing work in the rest of the building, they have reused nearly all of the steel that they, when I say steel, all of the door casings, the windows, you'll remember that in the lower level was Families First, lots of little cutout spaces, lots of doors, lots of glass, and I have photos, and one of these days we'll do a white paper or a video or something. I've got photos of the space as they finished it, and all of the steel that had been reused was yellow, and new steel, because it had been painted, new steel was gray, and most of the place was yellow. And they saved money on not having to take stuff to the dump because they just designed to reuse all that. All of that is the good news. So we ask you, the bonds were sold a year ago. We have the money. The school department would like to reuse that $551,000 as named, and I'll turn it over to the school department so that they can tell you what they want to do with it.
Thank you, Nathan.
Good evening, Ken Lynchey, Mayor, City Manager. When Nathan and I were talking about the remaining funds that were going to be surplus, sat with Brian and Zach, and it made sense for us just to continue our security upgrades, our security needs throughout all our schools. This list here is kind of a broad list. Most likely a few of these will take most of that funding up, but these are also recommendations from our Homeland Security reviews that we do with them every 3 years. So this list here is strategically through all the schools. So once we look at the funding, then we'll start itemizing certain priority pieces as we've continued throughout the last 15 years of security upgrades for our schools.
Any questions? We're still using DVRs, all right?
So
that's good.
DVR is a storage unit, yes.
Sweet.
So this is all the schools, not just,
Correct. All the schools.
Any questions, Councilor Blaylock?
I just want to commend them on the job well done. It's great to hear that we're saving money and keeping our school safe. But I appreciate all the work you guys do. I know you have a lot of facilities, and yeah, this is awesome.
Thank you.
It's, incredible job saving the money. Appreciate it's going back into safety, and we will open it up for public comment, or public hearing now.
Oh, yay. There's no one here.
Seeing nobody rise.
Everyone left.
Your Honor, I move to adopt the resolution as presented.
Second? Any further discussion? Councilor Cook?
One question, I'm sorry, Your Honor, at this time of night. If we weren't refocusing these funds towards security upgrades, where else would they have gone?
There could be energy conservation measures, like we just did the gymnasium lighting in the high school. We'd look at other energy conservations throughout the district, the middle school as well as the high school, because we've done all LED through our elementaries. We'd look at other projects that we are not down the capital line as well. We felt this made more sense and common sense for our children and staff.
So, as a follow-on, these are priority projects that we would be funding anyway through the CIP if we were
Correct. We've been
them this
funding
way.
these projects through CIP and through grant funding in the last 10 years.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks, Ken.
Your Honor, a reminder, we'll need a roll call vote. Thank you.
Oh, of course, I definitely knew that. City Manager.
Make sure everyone's awake.
Okay, Kelly, will you please take the roll?
Yes. Assistant Mayor Kelly?
Yes.
Counselor Tabor?
Yes.
Counselor Cook?
Yes.
Counselor Denton?
Yes.
Counselor Blaylock?
Yes.
Counselor Bagley?
yes.
Counselor Moreau?
Yes.
Counselor Lombardi?
Yes.
Mayor McCackron?
Yes.
Unanimous.
All right, we are on to the, hopefully, the city manager's items which require action.
I can handle these really quickly, Your Honor. The first up is a request for a public hearing at the July 14th City Council meeting for projects that were identified in the CIP to begin in FY26, and they go as follows: $4.15 million for the school, $14.55 million for general fund various city projects, $11.45 million in water, and $8.915 in sewer. And again, that would be so that we could hold the public hearing and adopt these resolutions at the July 14th meeting, at which time we would need another roll call vote, but not tonight.
And these are all projects that we've already approved. This is the, to go out into bonding of these projects, correct?
These are part of the FY26 CIP, so you've adopted the CIP, but they do need to be incorporated into the approval of the overall budget.
Right.
So, Your Honor, I'd move
And
to
Nathan is
authorize.
waving at me.
One exception. For clarity's sake and transparency,
Yep.
one exception, the very last one of the very last entry on the sewer resolution, a $300,000 bonding. It's an SRF? It's an SRF loan with 33% principal forgiveness. It came to us from the
Great.
New Hampshire DES after we had completed the CIP process. It's for a sewer model study.
Thank you, Nathan. And Peter? All right.
Your Honor, I'd move to authorize the city manager to bring back for public hearing and adoption the various proposed CIP projects to be bonded as presented for the July 14th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Item number 2 is a request for acceptance of improvements made along the Islington Street corridor as part of our Phase 2 project. In a bit of an emergency or a rushed nature, we had to install drain line infrastructure crossing multiple parcels between State and Islington Streets. This work was needed on an emergency basis, and the planning board did support it and supports you accepting these drainage easements.
Your Honor, I move to accept the drainage easements on 547/549 State Street and 72, 86, and 96 Islington Street.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you. Item number 3 is a request for an access easement for water services located at 635 Sagamore Avenue, known as the former Luster King site. These came from site plan approval that was granted on February 20th, 2025 by the Planning Board. The attached deed conforms and legal, planning, and sustainability all approve.
Your Honor, I move to accept and record a access easement for water services in a substantially similar form to the deed contained in the agenda packet.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Item number 4 is the request for acceptance of several easements for property located at 0 Rains Avenue. This harkens back to a 2021 Planning Board approval, which, as you will recall, was delayed by an appeal. That appeal has been, the approvals have been upheld, and as such, we are ready to bring forward the various attached easements for your consideration, and legal will ensure the easements are granted by the owner of the property at the time of conveyance.
Your Honor, I move to authorize the city manager to accept and record a community space easement, a greenway easement, a sidewalk easement, and a drainage easement from the owners of 0 Rains Avenue in a substantially similar form to the easement deed contained in the agenda packet.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Similarly, item number 5 is a request for acceptance of several easements for property located at 100 Durgan Lane, based on approval in December of 2024 by the Planning Board to grant a lot line adjustment, wetlands conditional use permit from Highway Noise Overlay District, and a conditional use permit for development site and site plan approval. This is the former Bed Bath & Beyond site. Planning and Sustainability and Legal approve of the documents.
I move to authorize the city manager to accept and record a community space easement, an access easement for a turnaround, and an access easement for water services from the owners of 100 Durgan Lane, substantially similar form to the easement deeds contained in the agenda packet.
Second?
Second.
Any? All right. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Item number 6 is a request for acceptance of several easements for property located at 2 Russell Street, a project that was initially granted site plan approval in December of 2022. And the only thing to mention here that might be a little bit unique would be the fire access easement, which allows the fire department to maintain access in case of an emergency. But planning, sustainability, and legal have all approved of these requests.
Mayor, I'd move to authorize the city manager to accept and record community space easements and a fire access easement from Port Harbor Land LLC in substantially similar form to the easement deeds contained in the agenda packet.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Number 7, and my last item, is a petition to lay out a new public highway, and this speaks to the need for public necessity to develop a Coakley Road extension project. The Department of Public Works recommends the layout of a new roadway connecting Borthwick and Coakley to support a larger traffic improvement initiative. And in order to do that, we've secured federal funding and are coordinating with New Hampshire DOT on a project which would eliminate the traffic signal at the Route 1 bypass, Coakley Road and Cottage Street, which would then necessitate a plan to extend the median island on the bypass to block left turns to and from Coakley and Cottage, which would call for a new connector road between Coakley and Borthwick, which calls for us to be working with Granite Group Plumbing Supply and the Fairfield Inn to develop space within those 2 roadways as depicted on the attached plan. And Deputy City Attorney Trevor McCourt and our traffic engineer Eric Eby have been working with both property owners. So what's necessary here is that we need to schedule a site walk and a public hearing so that we can continue with this project and so not as to lose time.
Your Honor, I move to refer the acquisition of the Coakley Road extension as described in the enclosed petition to the Planning Board and to schedule a site walk and a public hearing on the petition as part of the regular scheduled City Council meeting on July 14th, 2025.
Second?
So the only concern I have with July 14th is, are we on a hard deadline on that? Because we got starting to add some things up on there.
I was just going to say, we have a lot of things on July 14th.
I think what we can control is what we offer in the beginning part of the meeting, so we could still do the sidewalk at the beginning. I do believe it is time sensitive, but I would refer to Deputy City Attorney McCourt.
So we're talking about just, a site walk as we do for any
Public necessity.
Public necessity.
So it's a site walk, we all drive out there, come back, have the public hearing.
Yep.
Which can all be before our 7 o'clock meeting, right?
Yep.
You do CIP bonds, the rezoning, and your parking ordinance.
Well, we're waiting for Trevor. I will say that this is gridlock at 4 o'clock every
Sure,
day.
yeah, it's definitely needed. Or we'll find out, I guess. if it's
Wives
public
late.
necessity.
Yeah, so thank you. So it is time sensitive. The reason behind it is, as the city manager described, there are multiple other projects which kind of flow from this project. The faster, I mean, this has already been waiting for quite some time as we've put together the necessary documentation and done the outreach efforts that we've all done. And again, the reason why this is time sensitive is because although this project itself is just using city funds, there are other projects in the kind of in the queue which are using other funds which are also time sensitive. So the quicker we can get this project moving, the quicker we can get the other projects which are kind of behind it. You know, the light project, the project to extend the median. The quicker we can get those underway, and those are also time sensitive in terms of when we expend the funds. So that's kind of the rationale here.
Councilor Denton?
This is a hopefully simple question. Is the current thought for making a right onto the bypass from either side to have a stop sign, a yield sign, a blinking light?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? Maybe I'm...
Coakley Road?
Coakley and Cottage will be right turn exit only.
But for the right turn exit, there has to be a sign or a light or something. I'm just
Be a
wondering what that
stop
might
sign.
be.
It'll be a stop
sign.
sign.
That's all.
Oh, sorry.
So, are we locked into having this aligned to a council meeting? I guess the concern so as a part of this, there's the larger conversation of this work that's going to happen with Coakley, and I imagine that there could be some alternative interested parties outside of the taking parties that are going to be interested in this conversation and reconfiguration. And so I do have concerns that this is something that will have a larger attendance than typical, or than just for the public necessity hearing. That, is there a way to have this on another date than a council meeting? Peter Rice is approaching.
Possible. It's possible. I mean, we'd have to coordinate with the city clerk's office to find another suitable date.
Before Peter speaks, if we miss the July 14th meeting, we wait until August 4th for the next regular meeting unless we schedule a special meeting.
It's just going to be like, it's going to be an hour out there, at least hour and a half, and then like we're going to have the public necessity here. It's going to be, the entire meeting is like a large section of that is going to be that.
I'm not arguing for the, I want to explain we have had a public process. There has been some feedback relative to the adjustments to the area, and we will have additional input as well. So it's not a one and done. We're not closing the door to public discussion on this. However, this is the first step in making sure we get the process moving, because we do have a bridge project that needs to be done
At the same time.
which is the Coakley Road Bridge, or it's a culvert, needs to be replaced. It's currently red listed. So it's kind of a Tetris where you got to do one and the other. So this needs to be done before we can do the bridge project to give people an access out of the area. So we have had conversations with residents.
I would say that the neighborhood is knows about this readily. Multiple times people have asked me if it's ever actually going to happen because they are anticipating and ready for it to happen. So I think we will have maybe some turnout, but it's not going to be a surprise to anyone in that neighborhood. They are ready for a change.
Sure. On the Coakley side, I think on the other side, they're going to be surprised by this. and Silicon.
There has been conversations, I know, with the cottage side. Last time when we had, there were a few meetings with them.
The intersection, the signalized intersection on Coakley creates gridlock.
Yeah.
On the other, and some of the improvements in the neighborhoods are dependent upon elimination of that signal, because by eliminating that left turn, you're forcing people to use the Hodgson Way.
The bridge that doesn't.
So there's
work
less
now.
incentive to go through the neighborhood.
Yep.
So it's part of a larger, bigger picture.
Okay, we'll keep the 14th.
Can I, oh, you want to keep the 14th?
We're going to start at 5 o'clock or 5:30 for that.
Okay.
Because we're not going to get through it, the whole thing. So start at 5:30 I guess we'll notice it, Kelly, City Clerk Barnaby. We'll notice it for the location that we will have the site walk, right? Is this possible in terms of the public necessity of the site walk and then have the public hearing following that?
That is what we do.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay, so 5:30 there, and then we'll have the public necessity, or 6 o'clock, maybe. Can we do it in, how long do we anticipate needing this?
Well, if you try to get out of that area at 5:30, you're going to be sitting there.
That's the public necessity.
Maybe we should do it earlier.
So can we do it at 6 PM and make it, is that going to be enough time to make it back to council for 7 PM? I guess this is more for Peter.
I would think if 5:30 would give us some buffer, but I think it's there's not a lot to see when you're out there. So I think it's really a formality, I would think.
Okay.
But it should be relatively quick.
Sorry, Peter, it's not a formality.
I was going to say.
Certainly not. And I would just, that's your opinion. I would also remind the council from the past site visits, we open it, we have to open it here first, then travel out to the site,
We'll
then
coordinate
travel back.
We can do that.
Okay.
So
So
get everybody.
5:30
As a reminder,
So
yes.
5:30 then, and we'll be back here at
Just pick a time and go.
for 7 or 7:15 when we get back here. But the schedules don't necessarily always allow people to be here at 5:30. How many people have to be, just a quorum of the council has to be here to open in the meeting?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So some people that will meet us out there, and we'll have 5 councilors here to open the meeting.
Okay.
Hopefully.
All right. Okay.
You need a.
We have a motion?
We do.
Yep.
Yes, it's.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Okay.
Your Honor, I move to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next up, a letter from Chris Rose and Nicole Stonebrook, Portsmouth Middle School 8th grade science teachers addressing solar energy solution projects completed by 8th grade students.
Your Honor, I move to refer the projects to the Sustainability Committee.
Second.
And just as a quick note, the next Sustainability Committee meeting is June 26th at 6:30.
Forward back and awesome projects. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next up, letter from David Smith, New Hampshire DOT, answering questions raised by the City Council during May 5th, 2025 US 1 roadway improvement project presentation.
Move to accept and place on file?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, a letter from Michael Calipare requesting the City of Portsmouth commemorating 225 years of George Washington's entering our city at the Plains and place a historical marker at the location where Washington stopped.
I move to refer to the Department of Public Works for a report back.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Next, a letter from Kevin Baum of Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley and Roberts, PLLC, request for release of unbuilt Paper Street portion of Jenkins Avenue pursuant to New Hampshire RSA 23:51 and 231:51. Yeah, I don't know why. Totally messed that up. And 231:52.
I move to refer to the legal department and the public works department for a report back.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, a letter from Christopher Schroeder, Irreverent Warriors Portsmouth, requesting permission to host a Silkies hike, I think that's how you pronounce it, through Portsmouth on Saturday, August 23rd.
Your Honor, I move to refer to the city manager with authority to act.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, hopefully you'll be able to act on what this is and expect it to be exciting. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, email correspondence.
Your Honor, I move to accept and place on file.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, we have appointments to be considered under the council. Appointment of Susan B. Strauss to the HDC, is along with Joy Kurth to the HDC. Again, not to be voted, but to be considered. Please take them under advisement. Reach out with any questions, or me, or directly to the applicant. Appointments to be voted. The reappointment of Celeste Brooks to the Cemetery Committee.
Your Honor, I move to reappoint Celeste Brooks to the Cemetery Committee.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, we have the resignation of Jody Record from the ZBA.
Your Honor, I move to...
Move to accept with regret the resignation of Jody Record with a letter expressing our thanks and appreciation for her service.
Second.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, Jody. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Next, we have Dave Allen from the Park and Traffic and Safety Committee.
Your Honor, I move to accept with regret the resignation of David Allen with a letter expressing our thanks and appreciation for his service.
Second.
Yeah, that's one, he kept serving the city, We'll find new ways to do so, but regret his departure. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, we've gone through the EDC. Councilor Tabor.
Thank you, Mayor. Energy Advisory Committee met with Peter Rice in May, and we talked about the initial feasibility analysis for a solar array at Jones Avenue. And it was very encouraging, a potential capacity of 1.7 megawatts on a landfill that's fenced off right now and gets no public use at all. The next step would be an RFP to solar developers, and we talked to Peter Rice and the city manager. They recommend getting some consulting help to refine the criteria, so we really guide the developers to the best options for the whole city. And that process would also include a study of how and where to bring power into the grid, called an interconnect study. So we concluded from our May discussion when we met in June that the project would need some FY26 funds in the budget. And we voted to, quote, recommend that the City Council direct staff to identify funding for and obtain services of a consulting firm for a solar array at Jones Avenue landfill. And then also as part of those discussions, I would move that we, I would ask that we get the report back on the charging stations, because that funding could potentially be changed in use. So if that's okay with everybody.
We would segue into my second info item of the evening, which could further this conversation.
Okay. Well, there's no, is there a request on here at the moment, or is this funding for further due diligence?
Yes, there's a request from the committee.
Okay. All right. So, city manager, do you want to take up your number 2?
I would if I can indulge the council. Peter's got a quick recommendation that helps to further this matter.
Good evening. This includes a report back relative to the EV charging stations that we've been installing throughout the city. Our philosophy relative to the charging stations has been one to kind of follow the goal of having folks come and instead of spending 15, 20 minutes with a tier 3 charging station or tier 1, whichever it's a little late in the evening.
Fast chargers.
But to go with the middle of the road, multiple, like a 2-hour type charging station to promote people coming, staying, walking around, spending money at the stores and enjoying the city. So we've successfully installed a number of charging stations in the area, most recently the Bridge Street lot. And we track the utilization, and it's pretty consistent that we're below 25% utilization throughout the day. And that's the hours from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., because that's our time period where we do parking enforcement. So that's where we would be, regulating people at those stations. So it doesn't, based on a utilization standpoint, we're not seeing a huge demand at this time for additional charging stations in the downtown area and the areas that we were thinking would be most appropriate. We are encouraged that a Tier 1 station, or 4 Tier 1 stations have been approved at the Port Inn on the bypass, which is a great location for high-speed charging stations. So we're encouraged to see the utilization of that, and that may contribute to some ideas on the outskirts of the city, but we do have about $105,000 in that account or that fund, and I would think that's appropriate use of monies to move the solar project along in lieu of pursuing the charging stations at this time.
Thanks, Peter.
Okay, so,
Councilor, is that a question to Peter
Yeah,
Rice?
just thank you for the report back. Obviously, I would support the use of these funds towards solar to be put to use at Jones Ave. My hope had been that since this funding had been identified in the CIP, that go towards a study beyond Bridge Street, 'cause that's been in the work for over 7+ years. And at some point, I would love to see, just if it's possible, do a fast charger at, let's say, the library. But neither here nor now, I think it's a good use of the funding at Jones Ave.
Councilor Tabor, thank you, Councilor Denton.
yep, and there are if you look at the element sheet for the CIP, there are 4 future years in addition to this year of funding for the charging stations. So I would put a motion before the council to allocate $105,000 of CIP money from the EV charging station element B1-20-PW-47 to obtain consulting services to develop an RFP for the solar array project at Jones Avenue landfill.
Second.
Any further discussion? Councilor Bagley?
We need $105,000 to develop an RFP?
We understand the part of that is to achieve information through the interconnect study, which we've ballparked at about $80,000.
Correct.
So of that 105, 80,000 would go toward the interconnect study that would help further inform the RFP process, and which opportunities and method of ownership at the end would make the most sense.
Yeah, the interconnect study is required by Eversource to make sure there's capacity in the circuit, the big transmission circuits within the town. And then about 25, the balance would be for the consulting services. And that would be carrying us through the selection of a the build-out company, as well as engineering support throughout that process. So that's what we're envisioning.
Seems crazy.
Yeah, I guess the questions on the interconnect study. Councilor Cook.
Thank you, Your Honor. The committee had lengthy discussion about this because I had the same question, like, why would this cost so much? But the interconnect study is absolutely necessary to even consider placing solar. Without the interconnect study, we can't proceed with the project because ultimately we don't know whether or not we can hook into the lines. So Eversource has to give us that okay first and tell us what we are capable of installing on the site.
And one of our Energy Advisory Committee members is an Eversource employee, knows this, so we consider that in-house expertise we're able to tap into.
We couldn't put it on RFP, and if it came back good, then get the interconnect study?
We don't know what the RFP needs to say in terms of what end product we're looking for, and we can't do any of that if we don't understand the capacity of the system, correct?
Yeah, the first thing you have to do is figure out all the limitations of the wires throughout the city, because there's multiple circuits. Think of it as your house. You have a circuit breaker that can handle a certain capacity. It's a 20 amp breaker, or it's a 50 amp breaker. They have to know what we can put into the system and what upgrades are necessary. And Eversource doesn't do that for free. So in order to do it to the extent that's necessary, they charge $70,000 to have that done.
And one more question. We have three-phase power on Jones Avenue?
Yes, we do.
We do, but, could we take the power into the grid at the high school, for example, which is a quarter mile away, versus the Jones Avenue, which is maybe slightly less than that? If you could do the high school, you could power the high school and have surplus power that we could save money on the city's overall electric bill.
Is this DC or AC?
You'd have to have an inverter and convert it from DC to AC.
Because DC wouldn't go that far.
I defer to the engineer.
Yeah, and this is part of the reason why you have to have, somebody to help you with this stuff, because I'm not an electrical engineer, but my understanding is that you can drive the DC power farther than AC, but that's my rudimentary understanding.
More dangerous.
I think it's the reverse.
Let's hold up here on the.
Okay.
All right.
Please move on. Thank you, Peter.
I guess the questions remain in terms of what the interconnect study is. Something that's done by Eversource. It's $80,000. It's applied to the entire city, or just to this area of the city? Like, would we be doing this in the future?
It wasn't clear to me whether it could apply to the entire city or whether it's specific to the area that we're looking to tie in, but it may include the balance of the city. But it sounded like it was really just the area from Jones Ave, and that circuit, the circuits that apply to that area.
If there's an ability to look at the whole city, we will certainly take
Yeah.
advantage of that.
I mean, we're going to try to expand leverage it as much as we can.
Councilor Begley?
I was just going to ask if we could look into, if we're going to do this, see if there's much upcharge to do the entire city. Because I think we're going to want this data for the downtown area.
Sure. And that's in part, that's why we're going to hire, we want to hire a firm to assist us with this process.
Okay. The motion's on the table. It's to repurpose. Kelly, you have the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have, I'd like to see what the, I guess, as this comes back, what the, a report back on the totality of what the interconnect study is going to do. I feel like if this is what we have and we understand is important for this site, certainly, but a lot of money to not be able to reuse in something, and I would imagine that anything like this would be built into the RFP in terms of cost recoups for the city, et cetera. But all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Is that it?
Approval of grants and donations.
We got more information items. Okay, acceptance of donation of memorial bench in honor of John and Francis Castellano, located on Pierce Island.
Your Honor, I move to approve and accept the donation of a memorial bench as presented.
Second.
Is this something that was already, I know there's a huge process, but this was already in through DPW, things like that? This is a part of the art, or?
No, this has come through our process.
Okay, all right.
Just with
All in
the-
favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Next, acceptance of donation of granite memorial bench located at the skate park in memory of Chris Rice from Eileen Dugan of the State Farm.
Your Honor, I move to approve and accept the donation of a memorial bench as presented.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Eileen. Acceptance of donation to the fire department for the support of ambulance program in the amount of $20,000.
Your Honor, I move to approve and accept the donation to the fire department as presented.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Your Honor, I'll be really quick. The council has asked for any changes in the receipt of federal funds, and we heard of a recent cancellation of a program that two of our health inspectors are going to attend, and that's given both the health director and the fire chief some cause for concern. There's a question as to whether FEMA will pay for future reimbursements or training, so we will continue to keep you in the loop. We've talked about EV charging stations. The two big takeaways from the most recent Pease Development Authority Board meeting are that the airport saw a record number of commercial passengers during April vacation, along with parking revenue. And the first of 10 American Cruise Line small coastal cruise vessels will arrive here June 28th. That is up from 4 last year. The fourth item is the typical update we give on how we're treating invasive species throughout the city. And the fifth is the most exciting based on the request for simplifying the business process. We now have a stand-up page on the city website, and we will continue to add to it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd wait a motion.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Good night, Portsmouth, before midnight.